Do it. What? What's up? Hello. Commit your code. Hold on. First, I got to take a photo because you know if it's not on LinkedIn, the thing didn't really happen. So hold on, y'all. We did it, y'all. I don't know if that was a video or not. All right. Number one, thank y'all. You could be anywhere in the world right now. You decide to hang out with us. I take that very seriously. I'm a very big believer in value for time. So my big focus over the next 2 days is to make sure you get value for time. I think we've done that with a couple of ways and a couple strategies. But before I even get into those strategies or even talking about that, I need to give a couple special thanks. Number one, I need to thank vocally Devin Coyer, Braden Coyer, Dennis Garcia, Clint Myers, Eric Anderson. Please, thank y'all. There's no way that this would be happening if it wasn't for those individuals really sacrificing and dedicating time. And I really have to thank a couple companies in particular. And that is, before I even get into the keynote part, I have to thank, can I please get the loudest thank you to Yum Brands, please? Without a shadow of a doubt, this would not be happening without them. There's no way on this, it's impossible. With that being said, last year was the first year we ever did Commit Your Code 2024. When we did it, I'll admit, I made it very difficult for us. We only had 2 months. And so we learned a lot. We didn't do that 2-month thing again. We spread it out this time. But every company I went to, I thought it was going to be so easy to get sponsors. Every company it was an immediate no. There was only a handful of companies that really showed up. And even though some of them are not even sponsors this year, I have to thank them again. Because if it wasn't for them, there's no way this thing would be even happening. So I need to give a little special shout out to Grafana Labs, GitHub, yes, please. They showed up when nobody would. And I have to give a special shout out to AppRite. They are back again as a sponsor again this year, but they were one of the few that immediately jumped on it last year. So please, special shout out to AppRite. Dang, are you supposed to sleep that fast? I gotta keep touching this laptop, I can't. I have to say a couple of shout outs. Number one, obviously you can see our amazing sponsors for this year. We definitely have a few more. And as you know, we don't monetize the conference. I'm very transparent about all the funds that we get. We don't keep a penny of it. Even all these amazing volunteers that I mentioned earlier that are dedicating time. Some of us are using PTO or even unpaid time off just to make sure that we're doing this conference. And so we're basically losing money to be up here. So thank you for that. But I will say, huge shout outs to our platinum sponsors, of course, Agora.io. Agora is phenomenal as far as I'm concerned. And let me F11 this thing right here. Oh, it's the wrong key. Yeah, there we go. Agora, huge shout out to them. Absolutely, absolutely. Number one, phenomenal team. If you haven't seen their booth, I highly recommend going by there. They're going to be right next to, and I know a lot of people already asked, the headshot station. So after the open networking session, we'll have headshots going. Last year, a lot of people were worried because we only had the photographer for 3 hours. This year, we have it for both days. So you don't have to miss sessions that you don't want to miss. You don't have to be in that line. If it's too long a line, just come back. You got the entire 2 days. Headshots are completely free. I know for some people, it's either difficult to afford them, which I totally get, or the other side of it is, hey, you don't necessarily know how to get a photographer and all those other things. Regardless of that, those headshots are there. We have those photographers donating their time. It'll be here for both days. The other side of it is, of course, you can see the whole indoor mini golf course, so knock yourselves out, have some good fun with that. Utilize that, even like if you're too nervous to talk to people, that's an activity you can do and just have a conversation together, which I think is fantastic. How many of y'all have got your prompt cards? I love the prompt card idea. I'm so glad that we're doing this. And if you're too nervous to talk to people, don't even introduce yourself. Walk up and just say your prompt. Let me be the bad guy, all right? I'm more than happy to be the bad guy. Put it on me. I'm telling y'all to do it. And then as you say your prompt, have them say theirs, and then turn your cards over and sign the backs, all right? Now, if you notice with our badges, we were actually thinking to do printed badges, and we stopped it. And we basically have the sections where you can write what you want to tell the public. This is your information. Write your name, write your tech stack, write maybe the company, whatever you want to write, just write it. But we want to allow you that privilege instead of us printing out stickers and forcing you to give out that information, okay? Just treat everyone as human beings, please. This is a very, very, very safe space. We don't mess around with that. No one should be making anyone feel uncomfortable. Very graciously, Yum has security here as well. They don't play around. They know their stuff, so be on top of it, y'all. But please just respect folks. You know, it should go without saying, but I just want to say our code of conduct is very strict. There'll be no sexual harassment of any kind, no rude comments of any kind. You'll be asked to leave at that point. Any questions about that? I think I made it clear. All right. With that being said, of course, shout outs to Yum. And of course, I'll agree to that, tracking. Huge shout out to Yum. And I do know, if you look at the booth sections, Yum has a massive booth, and they're hiring. So, like, have some good conversations. Maybe you can get a job out of it. Yum, phenomenal campus, as you can obviously see, so it's not a bad place to work at all. And of course, shout outs to Vonage, and I'll accept the tracking. Huge shout out to Vonage. They have a great booth as well. Great team, actually, that are very active and very knowledgeable. So all three of these amazing sponsors, among all the others, will be answering questions. So especially if you have any questions around like conversational AI or AI engines, great booths to stop by and like really find out more about. I think that there's some really great conversations there. And if you're interested in that, obviously, so, like a little bit selfish of myself, but I work at This.Labs. I'm a director of technology at This.Labs. Yeah. This.Lab, yeah, I know that's right. Say that again. Can I get a no yeah? Yeah. This is a tech consultancy. But I'm going to be honest with you, we're really different. It's not, and I know people say that, but I really, really mean that. I worked in Fortune 500 before this. I worked with consultants that just tried to churn stuff out and put out very mediocre code that which you just had to go back and fix anyway. It's not the case here. Developer education is probably one of our biggest tools that we have. We have some of the most viewed developer content out there. We have some of the most popular podcasts around. We have Modern Web. It's like a top 30 in the world for JavaScript alone. So if you're in the JavaScript ecosystem, highly recommend checking that out. And if you're not in the JavaScript ecosystem, we could fix that by you listening to the podcast. And of course, we have the Leadership Exchange, where we've interviewed some of the biggest leaders in tech, like the CTO of Sentry has been on there, CEO of Netlify, et cetera, et cetera. Huge, huge people. CTO of Vercel has been on there. So really great from a business level conversation. So if you're into that, your average developer probably won't be listening to that one, but if you're an engineering manager above, that's probably the one that you're going to be tuning into. But on top of that, we have tons of workshops, including this one. So I know we have quite a few executives in the room. Thank you for coming out. I know some executives even bought tickets for your teams. Thank you for doing that. You're an amazing boss. 10 out of 10, the yearly review, I recommend you. And thank you, yeah, absolutely. That goes a long way. And with that being said, we have, if AI is something that's new, we're obviously going to be a theme at this conference for sure. But in regards to AI, if you're new to it, your teams, you want to enable them, we have a great workshop coming up on October 10th. Really, really phenomenal. If you want to go to ai.this.co/workshops, you can look into it and see if it's great for your team. And if you're really interested in sending your whole team, send me a DM, and we'll work out a discount code for you to make sure that you get them in there in an affordable way. All right? And with that being said, I think I've covered all my bases. Is there something I'm missing? I don't think so. Okay. So I'm making sure I covered all the bases there. I believe I did. And now, let me get to this next thing. I want to run my mouth for a few minutes. And so to kind of let you into what we're doing right now, I will be talking about something, and then I will have an amazing fireside chat with the CTO of Yum Brands. And there's some good insight in this conversation that I think is going to go a really, really long way. And so with that being said, enter full screen mode. Hey, there, it worked that time. No F11 needed there. Okay. All right, y'all. Hopefully it's not too loud. Do not get loud. All right, y'all. I have scars. Some I'm proud of. Some I try to hide with facial hair. And today, in the age of AI, well, here's the thing. Every single one of these scars represents something a machine will never have. Hard-won wisdom, which I think most scars end up teaching us a lesson. Lessons carved into memory by failure, by frustration, by survival. And today, in the age of AI, wisdom is not the edge we can afford to lose. Think about the toughest meeting you've ever been in. The all-hand crisis call, the postmortem, the client apology tour. We've been there. My bad. Dashboards glowing red, tension thick in the air. In that room, every single time, there are two conversations happening. One is about the data, the logs, the metrics, the user reports, what happened, right? The other is pretty quiet, the knowing glances. Someone whispers, this kind of feels like the '08 data corruption incident. Check the legacy payment gateway, see if that broke. That's not knowledge, that's wisdom. And that wisdom only comes from scars. No model would know that. So I want to frame for y'all the AI playbook. Today, companies, individuals, we're all writing our AI playbooks. In the Developer's Guide to AI, for those that don't know, I wrote a book with two other amazing authors that was picked up by No Starch Press, one of the largest tech publishing platforms out there. Thank you. This book is being vetted by some amazing technical sourcers and researchers, and so far, it looks like we know something. And so, highly recommend checking that out. We have the books at the merch store, and 100% of all of the sales will be going to charity to kind of support the mission that we have here. And huge shout outs. And two of the other co-authors are here today, Jerry and Jacob, right over here in the corner. Thank you. They have some amazing talks today as well, and maybe tomorrow too, so check those out. But as we're writing our Developer's Guide to AI, we make a very big distinction between AI architects, the researchers building the foundations, and AI chefs, the builders and leaders who mix the ingredients into real-world solutions. This talk is the chef's playbook. Not built on hype, I don't like that, but built on wisdom of scars. And it has 4 essential plays: control, specialization, agency, and context. Which AI strategy should be implemented to address specific challenges? Control. You focus on prompt engineering to refine AI outputs and ensure accuracy. Specialization. Fine-tune AI models for specific tasks to specifically improve performance. Context, utilizing RAG and MCP servers to enhance AI's understanding and relevance. And agency, develop AI agents to automate tasks and increase efficiency. So what are we talking about? Whoop, skip 1, skip 2. Play number 1, control. Your first scar comes fast, really fast, especially around AI. You try an LLM and the magic fizzles. The response may be disappointing. It's generic or flat out wrong. You don't get the hype. You see everybody talking about how they're making this AI startup in a weekend, and you're looking at it like, why is my output not getting that? Where am I going wrong? How much time are teams wasting fighting the model to just follow basic instructions? And what does that frustration do to their momentum, their morale? How are you losing speed trying to fight with this thing over minute details? That scar teaches the first play, control. Prompts are not magic spells, they are code. Version them, test them, guard them, build the discipline that turns a wild card into a reliable teammate. Think about a simple task like generating a list of blog posts with their titles. Someone new to LLM might say, give me blog titles about AI, and they want to see a list. The result, very generic headlines. And if you go to some of the blogging sites, you'll see what I'm talking about right now. But the senior engineer, the one with the scars from failed content launches, knows how to add constraints. What do those constraints look like? Instead of saying generate 10 blog posts, it'll say Generate 10 blog post titles about AI for a technical audience. Each title must contain a number and a verb and must feel both urgent and helpful. For example, 7 steps to fine-tune your LLM. That specific constrained prompt isn't about magic. It's about discipline born from experience. And scars, I know them well. I have some scars. Some I'm proud of, and some I try to hide with a little bit of facial hair. Another example of this. Look at this amateur approach. Analyze the sales data. You're probably not going to get great output with that. And if y'all listen to the podcast, you know I love to claim that I'm the king of long prompts. And this is an example of that, right? You're a senior sales analyst analyzing the attached Q4 sales data, focusing on 3 metrics: month-over-month growth trends, performance by region versus target, top 3 underperforming products with potential causes. Then present the findings in executive summary format with bullet points, followed by detailed analysis, flag any data anomalies you notice. If your calculations are needed, show your work. Quality of output will be night and day of a difference. Play number 2, context. Let me drink some water. I know some of y'all just hurry up. I don't know. Play number 2 is context. RAG and MCP servers. The next scar, I like to call it AI amnesia. You ask about a recent event, it talks about last year. You ask about your internal docs and it knows nothing. Think about your company's proprietary knowledge. Support wikis, design docs, customer research. How much of it is invisible to the very AI systems you're betting on? That scar teaches the second play, context. If the AI doesn't have the right knowledge, you must bring the knowledge to it. This is retrieval augmented generation, aka RAG. But the most effective teams are actually going a step further right now. And they've built MCPs, or Model Context Protocol servers. The example that I love to give to really make this kind of go in, when you have an MCP, you're providing it documentation, information, graphs, whatever you want to provide it. But it's all local information first. So when you prompt your LLM, it will reference that before it references the World Wide Web, before it references its training data. So your responses are very specific to you. And imagine for a second, you have a team or a company that is international. You have a team in America, you have a team in Canada, you have a team in Spain. They're writing documentation in their local language and dialect. And they come across a problem. And in their docs, they write the phrase, translated roughly in English, now we're in an empanada. A direct translation from a model would read this to be an empanada. If you're not familiar, it's delicious. It's a meat pastry. And if you translate that directly with the LLM, it may think all of a sudden, oh, you're in the restaurant business, and completely change the meaning of the rest of the documentation. But by having it localized first, by having your MCP server where it can reference your docs, what does it then do? It realizes this is a metaphor. And it means we're now in a pickle. We're now in a tough spot. This is a mess. We're in a jam. If you remove this microservice or you remove this tool. That's a very deep layer of understanding that would be valuable and necessary around MCP that you wouldn't get if you just reference LLM by itself. This changes and understands the context of localized documentation, knows in this context that the phrase now means we're in a pickle. It has the wisdom that you provided it. It turns a nonsensical metaphoric phrase into an accurate, insightful, and useful piece of insight for the company. It's the scar from the days of siloed knowledge and cultural gaps that teaches you the value of centralizing everything in a professional way. RAG gives better answers, but only scars teach you to ask, are we even solving the right problem? Plane number 3, specialization, fine-tuning. Control and context are powerful, but then comes the curse of the generic assistant. The AI is helpful, but never nuanced. It can't label your emails in categories unique to your business. It can't draft contracts in your voice. That scar teaches the third play of specialization. Fine-tuning is how we teach new skills, but scars warn us. Brute force retraining is risky and very expensive. Models forget what they know. The wisdom People-driven approach, PEFT and LoRa, surgical upgrades, new skills without catastrophic forgetting. Think about a late night. You're working on a feature, and you get into a state and you think it's good. You're getting it done. You're getting a lot of work done. And the client says, this is perfect. Thank you. But you know it's not. You see the 99% accuracy. But you know that 1% error rate is still there. That 1%, you're so hard on yourself. That 1% could be 100% at this point. You're just hard on yourself and you're digging it down. You've been up all night trying to fix it because you don't want to give a client something that you know is going to fall down later on, and you're still seeing your eyes are burning while you're working at the table, and you're angry with yourself that you can't get it to that flawless state that you demand because you know you have standards, you know you have quality, you know you have the abilities, you just don't have time, and those thank yous that you got earlier, that perfect that you heard, feels like an empty sentence to you. That anger is relentless in that internal drive. That is a scar. It's a scar from the nights that you stay up, not because you have to, but because you're hard on yourself, because you know it could be better. And every time I talk about scars, I remember that angry, frustrating, lonely feeling. I got scars. Some I'm proud of, okay? Some I try to hide with facial hair. And play number 4 is agency. And finally, the bottleneck scar. The AI classifies, the lead then stops. Humans pick up the rest. The bottleneck just moved downstream. How many manual steps are your people still taking after the AI helps? Because is it really helping at that point? And what would it mean if the AI could not only label, but research, draft, log, and deliver? That scar teaches the final play, agency. Agents don't just answer, they act. They plan, they reason, they execute across your tools and systems. This is how you move from answers to outcomes, how you go from a wish to a measurable impact. An example, a sales team uses AI to qualify inbound leads. The AI looks at the lead form and says, this looks like a high-value prospect. Great, but the human still has to manually look them up, find them on LinkedIn, find their company website, research recent news, and draft a personalized email. The bottleneck remains. The wisdom-driven team, scarred by more missed opportunities and manual busy work, builds an agent. The agent receives the lead, automatically hits a LinkedIn API to get the prospect's title, scrapes their company's press page for recent announcements, and drafts a hyper-personalized email that includes a relevant detail. It then logs the activity in the CRM and puts it in the sales rep's queue. The AI didn't just give an answer, it actually did the work. So conclusion, we arrive at the real choice. You can write a playbook that chases knowledge, faster, cheaper, more data, and more answers. Or you can write a playbook that cultivates wisdom, empowering your people to use the tools to ask better questions, to build with judgment, to lead with scars. Knowledge is a commodity, don't get it twisted. But wisdom, especially right now, this is your competitive advantage. I don't care what industry you're in. Your scars are not liabilities. They are the very things that make you irreplaceable in the age of AI. And me, I have scars. Some I am proud of, and some I try to hide with facial hair. Thank you. I think that went well. All right. You want to just put up the regular...
2 to 3 minute break.
Yeah. So we're going to take a 1 minute break for a sound check, and then we're going to move on to our fireside chat with the CTO of Yum Brands. We're good. Hey, everybody. We are back. So thank you. Well, let's have some intros go through so that way everybody's familiar. Hopefully by this point you know who I am. But let's allow Matt to introduce himself. Let's allow Matt to introduce himself. I was just speaking so fine, I'm tongue twisted. All right. Let's allow Matt to introduce himself. I want to introduce the CTO of Yum Brands, Matt McDowell. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello everybody. My name is Matt McDowell. As he said, I'm the CTO of Yum Brands. For those who do not know what Yum Brands is, it owns KFC, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, and Habit Burger and Grill. We operate in 155 countries, over 50,000 stores, one of the world's largest QSR brands in the world. And because we're so large, we're one of the few QSR companies that gets to build its own tech, right? It's not vendor driven, so we have a platform called Byte that is intended to sort of be the restaurant in the box for the technology for stores. So we have our own Android-based point of sale systems, our own sort of e-commerce, headless e-commerce platforms, everything, top to bottom. So yeah, I'm really excited to be here and speak with you all and kind of talk with you about some stuff Danny wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I think I spent a lot of time thinking about the questions that I was going to ask. And I think for everyone here, there's going to be value in one way, shape, or form, whether you're completely a beginner or you're a very seasoned expert in the industry. I think we have come up with a very, very interesting line of questioning. So maybe before we even start talking about engineers and AI tools, let's start with where Yum Brand really operates. In the stores with people serving millions of customers daily. You mentioned AI helping store managers schedule staff and lowering cognitive load through drive-through ordering and other measures. What outcome matters most to you there? Is it accuracy, speed, retention, or employee happiness?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think whenever we think about AI being applied to this industry a bit, like a fact that I think is universally regarded as true is it's never been harder to run a quick service restaurant than it is today, right? And it's something that I didn't really appreciate until I started working here. But maybe 15 years ago, 10 years ago even, a store had to worry about 2 channels, like drive-through, front counter, that was it. They now have like 6 or 7. Right? They now have aggregators, sometimes 3 or 4 aggregators that are coming and picking up and orders and injecting orders. They have kiosks in the stores that are injecting orders. They have their own digital platforms that are doing this as well. Then just the pace of change in the competition these days. Before where menus would change quarterly, they're changing weekly or daily. Promotions are being run constantly. That has a huge operational burden on the employees in the store. So I think one of the major things that we're looking for whenever we're thinking about AI as it's applied to our industry is how do we improve the lives of our employees, right? Because if you think about all this technology that kind of gets applied in these stores, one risk that any business can have is that the interactions can kind of become a little bit sterile and cold, right? The human connection is lost a little bit. Everybody's just going and only interacting with the kiosk or with other outside technology and stuff that is, you're ordering online. And my leaders have repeatedly told me the importance of that human connection. And they're not long moments, these are short moments, but you want to have really strong hospitality and really sort of bring that connection between the employee and the customer. And if you think about how do you do that, it's through happy employees, right? So, ways that we can encourage having happy employees is dialing down the noise on these stores because it's so difficult these days. So we have several voice AI pilots, for example, some of the largest in the world across multiple brands and countries. And one of the surprising metrics that I think have come out of this is stores that have voice AI pilots going on, the retention goes up, the employee retention goes up. And at first, I think if you think about it, it does make a little bit of sense because these employees are doing a lot in these stores, and if you can dial down the noise, allow them to let that take that burden and that load while they're doing other things, it makes the job more enjoyable. So I think that's one way we think about it. The other way that I think that we kind of think about it is if you take any market, any set of stores, there's going to probably be like a natural distribution curve of store performance. And whenever you look at like, okay, well, why are these 10% of this, if you normalize it across location and things like that, why are these 10% of stores like being run so well? And like, for example, I went and I was in KFC UK and I met the store manager for one of our flagship stores. He'd been there like 15 years. And he ran that store. He knew that market super well. He knew exactly how much inventory they needed. He knew how to dial up the labor if there's going to be a soccer match. He knew all these little intuition things. And I think one of the things that we're looking to do is how can we take that wisdom that you kind of spoke about earlier and apply that wisdom, so it kind of lifts all boats. So that way, stores can have almost like the benefit of some of these insights that have these really seasoned store managers or area managers, but apply it everywhere. So whenever Yum looks at AI, that's kind of how we're thinking about it.
As someone that fried chicken for so long, I can tell you, when that school bus comes and you weren't prepared for it, never a good feeling. All right, I think that's, a great setting stone, right? But of course, what happens in the store is made possible by what happens in the code. Let's talk about your engineering teams. You've run official pilots with Cursor, Claude across hundreds of engineers. What types of work did you actually greenlight first, and what did you keep out of scope?
Yeah. I mean, I guess first, like Yum, we've run a couple pilots throughout sort of this current era of AI. I think in early 2023, we did an AI coding tooling pilot then, and we actually wrote an internal white paper on it. Andy Gibble, one of the directors, engineering directors, wrote this paper. And at that time, I think it was like a broad search, like what are all the tools that are there? Are any of these super valuable? So for that pilot, we did sort of 2 weeks with each one of the tools with a fixed cohort of developers and then had them sort of give qualitative and quantitative metrics. And the conclusion out of that was that the tooling then was still too early. GitHub Copilot did the best out of the mix that we did, and some developers still continue to use it after the pilot, but it was not transformative in the way that like the current crop of tools are. So earlier in this year, we started a new pilot. And what's kind of interesting is almost none of the tools that were in the previous pilot were strong contenders in the next pilot, which shows you how quickly this field is changing. It's actually like if you work at a large company, it's one of the concerns you might have is just getting things through procurement and then into the company. You don't want to get locked into one of these tools for a multi-year agreement because you could very quickly, it's 6 months, 8 months, that's not going to be the new hot tool that people want to use. So that's something that you're going to have to kind of overcome a little bit. But for this current crop that we did Claude Code, we did Cursor across hundreds of developers, and we saw a lot of benefit. We didn't really restrict it to any particular use cases, and we tried to do a wide swath of users across our company at both brands and at Yum. I'm going to kind of speak to sort of 3 anecdotal use cases that we saw that I think were really strong. Like one of them was onboarding, so onboarding new devs. So I would say, like for example, on the Eric Anderson, who you gave a shout out earlier, he works on the Byte Commerce product that is this federated GraphQL API. It's a complex and rich environment, and probably is kind of difficult to kind of get up to speed on whenever you're first joining. And normally, what you do is you sit down and pair with a senior engineer and spend time, and it's going to take weeks before you're fully up to speed. But for new developers that were onboarding during this pilot that we gave these tools, it's really powerful for them to be able to clone the repos of our tools, give them some documentation, and then just let them ask questions about the environment, about the setup, and then go to the senior engineers whenever they have hit a wall and and they need help. So that reducing onboarding time is just a great immediate benefit, like no regrets, super easy. Another benefit that we saw was an incident investigation. So I think about 3 weeks ago, we had a Pizza Hut incident with a bridge call, and I was just an observer on this call. And the issue was that customers were trying to add a product to their cart. This is like a promotional product that is about to be available. So if you tried to add it to your cart early, it wouldn't work. But when the time came that it should have been able to be added to his cart, it wasn't. And only after 15 minutes after this time was it working, right? So there was like this 15-minute delay. So that was the bug. And I was on the incident call, as people were trying to investigate why it might be. And I'm just an observer in this call. I'm not incident commander right now. I'm just trying to stay quiet so I don't get in people's way. But we have had a lot of time bugs in the past, and we have our own time library called Ocarina. This is Golang time availability library. Yeah. And I was like, this is for sure an Ocarina. I'm like, this has got to be an Ocarina. We've had so many, every time there's like a daylight savings thing, we have another incident call. Then I thought we had all the bugs hammered out of it, but maybe there wasn't. So I cloned that repo down and I fired Claude Code at it, and I gave it the description of what the current external behavior of the bug was and says, do you see anything in Ocarina that might be causing this? Right? And it churned for about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and it said, I see nothing in this current library that could be causing this bug. And it says, but it could be in the calling code for this bug. So I was like, okay. So the calling code in this instance is our cart service. So I cloned down the cart service directly into the Ocarina folder because that's where I launched Claude Code, so it would operate in that context. And I said, cool, I've dropped in the calling code. Please walk through the cart service. Tell me if you see anything in the calling of Ocarina that might be resulting in this bug. It churned for like 1 minute and 20 seconds, and it says, yes, I have found it. It looks like you're adding availability time to your current add to cart time, and that is sort of what is likely causing this issue, and it proposed a patch. And I was like, oh man, I wonder if this is really it. And I kid you not, literally at the same instant, right as I was typing a message to the CTO for Pizza Hut, I was like, oh, I think I found this thing. He's like, oh, I found the bug. And I was like, is it on line 132 of the cart code? He's like, how do you know? And I'm like, oh, man. Yeah. So,
I was waiting for you to figure it out.
Yeah. So he had it first. But I mean, still, as I felt like that was super powerful. As like an observer, that I have not been in either one of those code bases in a long time. And the fact that it could hone in on this bug during a high pressure incident scenario, you could imagine that you could have several of these sort of spawning and kind of like agentic workflows working through a number of different code bases trying to track down this bug. So that was really powerful. I think that the third thing that we've seen is we have had, since we started the pilot, we've created some new products, right? So a lot of our stuff are existing code bases, existing teams. But we stood up a new product, and what this product does is it does all the integrations with the food aggregators. So with DoorDash and Uber Eats, and we're no stranger to integrating with aggregators, and that task that you have to do, you have to map Yum's menu format to the different aggregators' menu format, and then you have to map your order format back and forth between sort of Yum's order format and their order format. And it is a very tedious job to do, right? And it usually requires a lot of human input to do, and it takes weeks for us to get right. So we stood up what I would kind of call one of our first AI native teams. So this is a team that is, equipped with all of this AI coding tooling. It's a much leaner, smaller team that was asked to kind of go after this problem space. And
what just happened?
Yeah, I don't know. There it goes. It's one shot of the menu mapping, just as an example, was about 85% there, right? Just the one shot. And then after that, it took us like a couple of days to do some cleanup and changes. But I think we had like all 3 US aggregators fully integrated into this new serverless service that we launched in like a couple weeks. Like a couple weeks. Like that would have taken us months to do before. And you can imagine there's hundreds of food aggregators across the globe, the amount of time that that's going to save. So whenever you have these tasks that line up that are just like this stuff is really good at, it's amazing how much time that you can save. And this was also, I think, a good model for us for like what a future team could look like as we start attacking some of these new problems.
Okay, just off of that, could I ask, by saving all that time, what does that enable you to do? Because there's been arguments where if you save all this time, that just means, people are going to be sitting on the sideline. There's not going to be as much valuable impact that you can make because now you're just, basically pushing pencils at that point. Like, what does that enable you to do, especially when you talk about like hundreds of aggregations across the board? Like, that's a lot of time saved.
Yeah, I mean, we are developer constrained, I would say. So, like, just getting, if it would have taken us 3 months to get just Pizza Hut US and all of its aggregators shifted over, and then maybe 6 or 7 months to finish Taco Bell and KFC US and then start doing the international brands, it means we can go and attack those international brands much more quickly, right? And this new system is much more reliable. It saves a lot of money. There's less order cancellations because it's more reliable. That saves the company money. So there's just, we can accomplish more because we were able to bring these tools to bear.
That's awesome. Well, this next one, it's one of my favorite quotes that I've been referencing a lot lately. And Kent Beck, for those that don't know, phenomenal on Twitter and whatnot, you should check him out. But he notably said something. He actually stayed away from ChatGPT and other tools for a long period of time. And recently on Twitter, he said, after finally interacting with ChatGPT, after staying away from it for so long, why am I echoing? The value of 90% of my skills just dropped to $0. The leverage for the remaining 10% went up 1,000 times. I need to recalibrate. You rightly pointed out that there are risks for engineers all across the board. Let's flip that. AI can now instantly generate complex code, but that changes what we value in engineers. In a world where AI can instantly generate, in a world where AI can change, does their value shift from knowing the answer to possessing the taste of wisdom to ask the right questions? How do you plan to identify and cultivate this new form of architectural wisdom at Yum Brands?
Okay, yeah, so I guess that sort of two-pronged question there. So like one, does it change, and then how do we cultivate that? One of this, I don't know, maybe, I say it's counterintuitive, but now it makes sense to me, but it was counterintuitive to me. It was like, does this AI tooling for engineers more strongly benefit the junior engineer or the senior engineer? And I think I am strongly in the camp that I think it more strongly benefits the senior engineer, right? If you look, like even in the talk you just gave right before we sat down, if you look at how senior engineers kind of bring these tools to bear, a huge difference is, one, they already know the shape of the thing that they want to build. They could have likely built it entirely on their own if they wanted to, and they're using it as like a time-saving thing for them. So they are bringing taste for how the thing is going to be built, and then in that context that they're building, they are providing all that rich language around the problem space rather than somebody who doesn't know what, they know the end result they want, but they're not providing enough guidance in the implementation details to get that good result that they want. So I think it strongly, strongly benefits senior engineers. Whenever we look at junior engineers, like an example, you can see this play out even in like the Reddit or Discord communities that have sort of built up around these tools. If you go post by post in these, it's funny, there's this very interesting dichotomy. One post will say how terrible these tools are, and they're awful. And they get, like, they suck, or they're degraded or whatever. And the next post will be like, no, this is great. Like, I'm saving so much time. And as I was reading these, I was kind of putting people into two camps. Like, one are people that I would say are either very junior or maybe not the traditional engineers at all, and they are using the tools laudably to try to build something that they could have not built before, right? Otherwise, they would have needed an engineer or pay somebody to do so, and they're trying to bring something into the world, and they're trying to build it. But then, and it works, I think, initially really well for them. But then as the code base grows, as the requirements grow, because they don't have sort of that backing skill, they start to compound technical debt, cognitive debt, because they don't really know how it works. And over time, then they kind of view it as like the tool failing. They're like, oh, like, this is terrible. And then they're switching tools a lot. Then you have, like, I would consider a bunch of professional engineers who view it all as gravy. They're like, no, I could do this stuff myself, and like, the way that they use those tools is very different. They'll course correct, they'll stop in the middle and be like, nope, you're doing this, or this is securitas, or we already have this thing, or they're ensuring that their agents.md or Claude.md files have the requisite, context in order to guide these tools better. And for them, because they already kind of knew what they wanted, they just get way, way, way better results. So then you kind of get to the question of, how do you cultivate this knowledge then in juniors in an era when you can sort of very quickly generate a ton of code, right? Code that you may not understand super well, but like, and I think this is a problem that a lot of industries are grappling with. It's not unique to engineering. You can imagine like college professors, like how do you cultivate good writing in an era when writing essays is super cheap and can be done, right? It's the same thing. you have to get reps in, and you have to intuitively, deeply understand that thing that you're doing. And I don't think that goes away. I think there is a smart way for juniors to use these tools, right? And there's a not so smart way. The smart way is take a pass at writing the thing yourself one time, right? Write the thing, do your attempt. Then, if you want to, create a new repo, create a branch, go ask the AI tooling to do it, right? And then compare and contrast maybe the thing that you've done. And even ask the AI to critique your implementation. Like, to me, that's super smart. And that's bringing these new tools to be a huge leverage for learning. But if all you do is jump straight to the conclusion, you have not applied any of the effort to get the scars that you mentioned earlier, then you're not going to progress strongly, towards that senior engineer. You're going to lean on the tools very much, and you're kind of be in that camp that the people on Discord and Reddit often are, where they're having a lot of problems.
100%. It's funny. I see those posts too. And one thing that I've started to notice, even with some maybe college students that are coming out or self-taught, they've leveraged AI so much that they're missing some foundational basics, which kind of makes me very nervous, if I'm honest, especially because education is like a big factor of what I do and who I am. We do a cohort program with our meetup group called Dallas Software Developers that we don't monetize. And I'm very anti-AI for the cohort program. And the reason why is, and I've told them this, I'm very transparent. If our goal is to ship something fast, let's use AI to the max. If our goal is to build something that we understand, that we could talk about technically, guide people through and answer detailed questions about, this is going to kill us. And so your goal of what you want to do is very important. And even in an enterprise level organization, I think if you're having your developers just build something for the sake, we got to ship this out, I think that's a great thing. But if you're building something very high architected and detailed, it may benefit you to pull back on the AI a little bit, be like, I want you to understand everything about this microservice. Then let's go for speed, but get that foundational understanding first. Have you write the documentation, have the AI finesse it afterwards. Get that understanding first. Because it's the same thing like Stack Overflow where people were like just copying and pasting code, but they had no clue what was going on. That was happening at the senior level too, by the way. So like, this is the same scenario, but on extra speed at this point. So that, especially if you're an executive, and I see some of y'all here, that could be something that you think about with your teams as well. I think that's a great approach. Okay, we've seen Coinbase come out and state that their vision of the future of AI is to track the percentage of lines of code across the company that were written by AI. That's their metric. We've seen other companies set goals around the amount of content produced by AI or the number of workers with AI, or new workers that they hired due to it. At Yum, what is the vision of the future and the goals that you're striving to achieve? What metrics demonstrate the excellence of your team's adoption and utilization of AI? And what types of changes do you look forward to that signal you that you've truly cemented your place as innovators and leaders in this new AI age?
Yeah, I have seen those posts, and I don't know how I feel about them. I feel like, yes, like the LLMs and AI coding, it's unequivocally a hugely impactful technology. It's going to change our industry. But for me, it's not really about tracking metrics of lines of code, just like I don't judge engineers today by the amount of lines of code that they write. So that's like an input metric, not really an output metric for me. So those things don't resonate as strongly with me. I also think that like, I sometimes see where people almost sort of project this fear that like, if you aren't on AI coding tooling today, the things are moving so fast, you're gonna be left behind. I strongly disagree with this. Like one, the stuff is still changing, it's still wet cement. The stuff is still changing so much that there are some durable skills you can pick up, but the best practices are changing every 6 months, in my opinion. And the best practices of 6 months ago are getting integrated and built into the tooling, such that you don't even have to do many of the things that you did have to do 6 months ago. So I don't think the bus is leaving the station. And I also think that like, if you think about the different paradigm shifts that have happened sort of in engineering, even in my career, right? I remember originally getting answers on Usenet, and then I remember everybody had fat tomes of books. behind them because that you wanted that sort of dense material that you could look something up, and then it sort of started transitioning online, but it was on terrible websites, you know, like Experts Exchange and stuff, and then eventually Stack Overflow came, and like, I never had to, no manager ever came to me and says like, Matt, I want you using Stack Overflow, man. You need to use Stack Overflow. I was like, no, I was using Stack Overflow because it was way better. And in that case, I feel like it's going to be like water's going to flow through the passive least resistance here. Let the results speak for themselves. These tools are going to provide leverage and benefit to developers, and if they do provide durable leverage and benefit to users, like it is going to proliferate and flourish on its own. So I don't know. That's a little bit of my take. Like, I also think deep, strong technical expertise, as we talk about, is still a very important skill. So you hear a lot about people saying that these skills are devalued in the future. I think they're more important than ever. I don't think we're at peak developer even yet. I still think that like development as a cohort is going to grow. And these tools, somebody compared them to like a power tool, right? It kind of amplifies the skill of the user. I was trying to think about how to articulate this because whenever I think about like whenever I use Claude Code, like how does it make me feel about my capabilities when I'm using it? And I feel like if the horizon of tasks that I can do, not just like output and quantity, but just the horizon of tasks that I can do, if that is like whenever I'm using these tools, it's like n+1 for me, meaning that there are adjacent tasks to my skill that I maybe would not try before that I definitely would try today. So if before I felt like writing a Linux kernel module might be a little bit outside my comfort zone and maybe I don't know if I want to do it or not, I think I would definitely try that today. And I think it's like, so to me that's another hugely impactful thing of this, is that you can have that sort of M+ fog of war expanding for everybody. So I don't know, that's a little bit how I think about it. I don't think that, we do track some of the vanity metrics from the AI coding tooling, but that's really less about trying to track individual developer performance, and it's about trying to articulate the value to the internal business stakeholders so that way we can purchase the AI tooling. So I really consider those kind of vanity metrics for that, and it's about making the business case internally. It's not about measuring the teams.
Yeah, he said two interesting things to me. One, especially on lines of code, I'm so glad that you don't consider the metric, because I get 80% of the code base written in no time, 60% would be bloat. Like, we could easily get those lines.
I want deleted lines.
Yeah.
Just get rid of those. Yeah.
And the other thing too is like, it's true, a lot of people aren't using fat books anymore, right? Which is a great thing that we wrote a book. Great timing.
That's absolutely
really great timing.
Yeah.
We really nailed that one. All right. So we'll go to the final question. I think we've covered a lot. And so looking ahead, we know AI will continue to commoditize pure execution. That's not a risk, it's a reality. Let's assume that AI will relentlessly commoditize the act of technical execution. With that as a given, what do you believe are the uniquely human skills, like persuasion, empathetic design, strategic foresight, or cross-domain thinking, that will become exponentially more valuable? Especially in a place like this, you have so many domains here. If you were advising your own teams today on where to invest their personal development to be indispensable in 2030, what would you tell them right now?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think even before AI coding, whenever I look at some of the most valuable team members that we have, they are team members that strongly understand the business domain that we're working in, because then they're able to kind of bring their skills to bear on problems. They're able to talk with the product owners and the business leaders about the things that we should build, and they contribute very strongly to the final shape of the product. Developers or engineers that, I don't know, I'm trying to think of how to describe it. Like maybe like for them, it is the act of writing code that is the thing for them. Like you get less value out of it, right? Because you're not able to sort of strongly leverage all of that rich business knowledge. So to me, the big skill set that I would encourage people to do is whatever domain you work in, like understand the domain. If you can do that, like you're going to be successful.
Thank you all. Thank you. Huh?
We have some people illegally parked right outside this room.
Okay.
And we need to shame them.
Okay. So a couple things. If you have, I can't believe I'm saying this, I've always seen this in TV shows. If you have an Elantra, I don't know what you wrote, by the way. I know there's a couple cars that are parked in front of the front. They're gonna get towed if you don't move them. So license plate who knows their license? HVG 6060, a Range Rover, and a red Lexus. We need y'all to move it now. We'll be good. The other thing that I'd say here is we are now gonna be in an hour of open networking. I'm the bad guy. I'm telling y'all to go meet some new people. You know, tomorrow we're gonna have the same 2 hours of networking. Meet some new people and really have some great conversations. For the next hour, we're gonna ask y'all to be outside. Try and spread out so there's no bottlenecks. There's tons of tables, utilize them. We're gonna have more tables going outside soon and et cetera. I would ask, 1, 2, 3, if you're sitting in the back and like at least 4 or 5 rows in, can you please turn your chairs around? We're about to split this room into 4. Yeah, we're about to split this room into 4, and that would really help the facilities teams and ours, so there's one less thing that people have to worry about. It's a small thing, but it really goes a long way. Thank y'all for being a part of this.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Killed it.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah.
What you said about having like that
Oh, yes.
experience
Hold on. Live stream. If you are with us virtually, there are going to be 6 streams going on. If you're not in the Commit Your Code Discord, please join the link. Go to the Commit Your Code Discord. You'll find all 6 links in there, but they will all be on this YouTube channel that you're on right now. And you'll see all links together. Hopefully that helps y'all. You're going to be
matter a
networking
ton, for sure.
for an hour. If you're in the Discord, you should be networking with everybody for an hour. And remember one big thing. You have the community-driven notes. Utilize those. Utilize them, utilize them, utilize them. Thank you. And everybody.
What's the best way to put it? Is it okay? Okay. All right, team, we have 11 on the clock. I'm going to go ahead and get started, and we will welcome people who are still trickling in. The door is open. Today, I'm going to be talking about making you a better speaker with Spring AI. A recent study from MIT has shown that if you include the word AI into the title of your presentation, the participation rate goes up by nearly 1,000%. So thank you, AI, for bringing people today. And thank you all, of course, for coming. Since AI may have clickbaited you into this talk, let me introduce myself. My name is Sergey Krivets, and I'm a software engineer lead at First United Bank. However, today we're not going to be talking about financial services. Today we're going to be talking about something that is personal to me. A quick disclaimer, I have not been paid, bribed, offered, or free coffee to promote anything. Everything that you're going to be hearing about today is fueled by my own curiosity and a bit too much caffeine. With that, I would like to share a quick story. A story that inspired me to make this talk. A few years ago, at one of my former jobs in 2018, I had to present to an audience of about 50 people. Even though I was a key person on the project and knew the material inside and out, as soon as I started working on the podium, I felt so much stress. And when I came on the podium, I was so paralyzed by fear that I can not basically say anything. It was a total disaster. My face was looking like this. This when I realized I need to improve my public speaking skills. So I signed up for the course, and after a few years, I was even able to participate in a local area contest where I won first and second place. And I know by experience that public speaking is not a talent that you're born with. It's a skill that is acquired through practice. That's why today we're going to build an application that will help us all to do exactly that, to become a better public speaker. But as with any application, we need to define first a set of requirements. And in our case, the requirements are what makes a great speaker? And that would be my question to all of you. What do you think are the qualities that make an outstanding speaker outstanding? I need 4 items. Knowledge on the subject.
Connecting with the audience.
Connecting with the audience. Piqued audience interest. Confidence. Perfect. I'm sure if you think about for longer, you can come up with 1,000 more things, and you'll be right. Because there is not a single skill that makes a great speaker. It's a combination of high-level, macro, micro, and nano skills. Since it will be too many to go through in one talk, I picked 4, which are clarity, credibility, confidence, and conciseness. There is one problem. There is one thing that can absolutely destroy all those skills. Can you guess what this is? Maybe. I'm going to say the same sentence twice, and we'll see if you can hear the difference. Here's go the first one. A few of the most important traits of any software developer are problem solving, curiosity, and humility. An ability to admit that we don't know everything. Here goes the second one. A few of the most important traits of any software developer are problem solving, curiosity, and humility. You know, the ability to admit that we don't know everything. What was the difference? Filler words. Bingo. But the filler words are only part of the problem. Many speakers, including myself, don't even realize that we use the filler words. In my second presentation after that failure, I didn't stumble, and I thought I did great, only after to hear the recording and realize that every 3 seconds I did It was very hard to listen. That's why today we're going to build this, a speech coach application that is going to translate our speech. It is going to, all that using AI, is going to highlight all the filler words. It is also going to provide a crutch word count, how many of each crutch word was used, and a fluency score, a measurement how fluently someone speaks. It starts at 100 if no filler words were used and goes down as more filler words were used. A little bit about tech stack. I'm going to use React on the front end and Spring Boot on the back end. Since this talk about Spring, I already have front end part ready, and we're going to build and live, and what's more in the way to say it, wipe code our Spring backend from scratch. Since it's going to take me some time to initialize the Spring backend, I'm going to go ahead and navigate to best place on the internet to initialize Spring, which is start.spring.io. We would need a few dependencies. I'm going to do web. I'm going to do, let's do DevTools. Of course, because it's AI, I'm going to do OpenAI. And I'm going to use Lombok. I know Lombok is controversial, but Danny only gave me 25 minutes. If you don't want to see me using Lombok, talk to Danny. I'm going to blame him. I'm going to hit generate and open in my IDE. While this is loading, I'm going to talk for front end for about 1 minute. Even though they seem like quite a few things going on, in the reality, the front end is really dumb. It only does 3 things. 1, it does record the audio. Second, it sends the audio stream to a backend. And then the third part, it maps the response from the backend to the UI. So there is not really too many things going on. All the processing is done on the backend. Hopefully, if I open my IDE, we can see that application is already finished loading. And I'm going to navigate to the main class. I'm using Java 25. And with Java 25, we even need to use less keywords to define a public static void main method. Public is no longer needed. But we're building a web application, and as with many web application, we'll have a controller. Oops, I'm going to remove all those imports. Our controller is going to have transcribe endpoint, which is going to accept an audio stream in the form of byte array, and it will produce an app response. What is the app response? App response is the response model that has text from our audio. It has a list of crutch words, frequency, how often each filler word was used. Crutch word ordinal is the one paste index position of the actual crutch word that was used in a sentence. Because if I say things like, I like the cake, like is not the crutch word here, and as we talked about, the fluency score. Now, to make sure that our application works end-to-end, I'm going to return hard-coded response. I'm also going to log the request that comes into play here. Perfect. If I'm going to start this application and switch to UI, if I hit record and immediately stop it, even though we did send the data, it came back as a hard-coded data, but we proved that our flow works end-to-end, which is pretty cool. Now let's do the real stuff. We're going to inject and use AI. And for that, first thing we're going to do is we're going to transcribe our speech. And what's the better way to do this as to build something called transcriber service. This service, I think I made a typo. Let me fix that. Perfect. Now, since this is ready, this service is going to have one method, which is called transcribe. It's not going to accept the byte array, but rather resource from Spring resource, which we'll see why in a second. Now, We will use audio model from OpenAI, and Spring provides very convenient class, which is cryptically called OpenAI Audio Transcription Model. Very hard to guess. And this class is very easy to use. The only thing we have to do is to call method on it and pass the resource. At the end, we're going to get transcription. Oops, hold on. Which we will return in this method. The only reason I don't return it right away is because I want to log it. Thank you. Perfect. Now, the last thing that I have to do is to go back to my controller and wire up this service. Perfect. Now I have to pass. Okay, here's a trick. We accept audio stream, but we need to pass a string resource. And when we work with audio files and transcription, OpenAI actually deals with files. Files has file names, but audio stream don't have file names. That's why I will create an abstraction or wrapper, byte resource array. Hold on. A little bit the other way around. Hold on. Let me delete this. What was that? App resource byte array? App byte array resource. Hold on. Not this one. Perfect. Now, perfect. That works. I did hardcode the file name as audio stream webpm, but it can be anything. Doesn't really matter. Now, yeah, if I'll go back and now wrap my audio stream, thank you, Copilot, I'm going to pass the resource and get the transcription back. I'm doing so many typos. Now I'll replace the hard-coded app response with our transcription, which is a text. If I restart the backend, and now I need to come up with some creative sentence. Yesterday, I came to my boss and told that I shipped my code to production and everything was on fire. Okay, perfect. We got back the transcription. However, it did cut all the filler words. And if you think about it, that makes sense because you don't want to see crotchy filler words in your meeting summaries or YouTube captions. And this is what models do. They bias towards removing all the scratch words. But in our case, it really defeats the purpose of our application, and we need to bias the model to not skip them and actually include. That's why we need to pass something called options. There are a few configuration options that I'm passing right here. One of them is the verbose JSON format. This format provides, instructs the model to provide more data with the response. It will include the metadata about the transcription, it will include timestamp, and also it has a higher chance of including the actual crutch words. This response format only works with the Whisper model, that's why I'm including it here. And we also send in the prompt alongside it to further bias the model to include the filler words. It basically tells the model that you should expect to see those words, they call like seed words, and not leave them out. Now I'm going to say the same thing one more time. Hold on, I did not wire this up. I need to create audio transcription prompt, pass the resource and options. Now I'm going to create the prompt and change it to accept prompt right here. Now, we're not going to get back a string, but rather metadata and the real transcription, and I'm going to log both, but I'm only going to return the actual transcription. the actual text that we get from the audio. If I'm going to restart that part, I'm going to say it again. Yesterday, I came to my boss and told that my code broke production. Oh, wait a second. Perfect. Boom. Now it works. Very, very cool. We see arms that I made in here. But the problem, those arms are not highlighted, and we still have, and the reason is because the analysis data is hard-coded. We still have this right-hand side, the analysis, being not real-time, right? So what we have to do is what we'll do right now is we're going to take the transcription and we're going to pass to AI again, and this time we're going to use something called chat model. And what the best way to do this other than implementing something called analysis service. This service will have, thank you, Copilot, analyze method. What we're going to do now, in order to talk to a chat model and let it analyze our speech, I'm going to wire Spring-provided interface, which is called chat client, which is very easy to use as well. Now, the chat client is not wired up by default, so I have to use the builder to build it and instantiate being in this way. Now, we see that my ID is no longer yelling at me. I'm going to start making a call to chat, OpenAI chat client API. So the way to do this is to use prompt, then user, which is a user prompt, and in our case it's a transcription. I'm going to do call, which actually performs a real API call, and the content, which returns a string. Now, if I'm going to turn a response, we're going to get a string back. The question is, how do we get this really nicely formatted output that we want, which contains the list of crutch words and everything else? Now, for that, we need to define a model, which I'm going to call AI Analysis Response. This model has everything that we saw in the previous model, minus the transcription, because the transcription is something that we already did in the other service. Now, the question is, how do I make this analyze service to return our response model? And the nice thing is, Spring has a very nice trick under its sleeves, where if we use entity, it can map string, not the string, but the response from the AI to the actual entity. And now entity has this model. I'm going to log it and return it. Perfect. The last piece that I have to do is to wire this up into my controller, pass analysis, and replace all this hard-coded data with the actual response from the AI. I think we have everything in place. Let me restart. And we'll go back, and I need to say another sentence. My code always works if you never actually run it. We'll see. Perfect. Ooh, interesting. Now, we got the filler words back, but we got the analysis coming back as empty. And it's very similar to what we did in the last, with the transcription service. We missed one of the important things here. The piece that we missed is the instruction for AI how to operate on this transcription, because what we give to AI in the transcription and then the response output, it has no idea what to do with this transcription, has no context, which why we're going to provide something called a system prompt. A system prompt is the rules of the game for AI. It's going to instruct AI how to behave, how to analyze this text. What I'm telling it is that your strict text analyzer that finds crutch words in a provided transcript and returns a JSON object conforming to this schema. It's something that Danny was talking about. the guardrails and the instruction for AI. It's a very long prompt, but it also has examples what to do in this scenario. The last part that I have to do is to go back to my analysis service and pass the system prompt, which is very conveniently done via system method. That's it. If I refresh this and I'll start and we'll test it again, hopefully it works this time. My code actually always works if you never actually run it. Wait a second. That worked. I have total of 5 crutch words, and I said 3 times, and I said actually 2 times, because actually is actually the filler word that I need to actually use less myself. With that, we built a demo application where we learned about how to use OpenAI transcription model and other chat client with a Spring. The thing that we didn't do is we didn't spin up a new microservice in Python just to do the AI logic. If you're learning Spring Boot or learning Java, or your enterprise that uses Spring or Java, you don't have to create a new microservice Spring, because Spring has a lot of things and integration with existing AI. It has integration with more than 15 models, including OpenAI, Anthropic, Gemini from Google, and many, many more. It has the tools to create MCPs, to consume MCPs, RAG, and all the good stuff that you hear in today's Lent. On the non-technical side, we learned that filler words are the speech killer. So the next time you're presenting, trying to use them less, because the absence of words is not the absence of communication. Thank you. Oh, sure. You can find all the slides, code examples, which are both React and Git and Spring Boot, using this link. I put them down. You can also find me on YouTube and on X, all these social platforms. And if you want to send me a message, I will more than welcome to respond to any of your questions. So thank you for coming, and I will. So what do we have on time? Okay. If you have any questions, I will be in the hallway. We can chat. I will be happy to have a conversation about AI. Thank you.
Well, I'll be with you the whole time. So let me quit. Who works in the front end exclusively? You're good. And, well, finally, who is the full stack developer here? 1, 2, 3. Oh, what about the rest of people? Yeah. Who are the full stack developer, front end and back end? Okay, we have a very well mixed audience, so hear me out. Full stack developers, thank you for choosing my talk because you are already in the journey and I just started, and I can't wait to hear about your opinions by the end. And for front-end developers, congratulations. In my book, you're already full stack. Why? Because you have the potential to deliver a product on your own without relying on backend. But as backend folks, myself, have been comfortably doing backend in Java for 3 years before I changed my job. Well, I have nothing to demo on my resume other than some APIs. And my resume reads like, well, my API can increase the efficiency by how many %, but I just can't live demo it. I have some pay point for my career. So, well, that's not the real reason why I started breaking into the field. Well, the real reason is one day my team let go the very last front-end developer, and the manager went to me and says, well, are you able to hold this position until we find a replacement? I'm like, yeah, of course, you are the manager. But really, I know literally nothing in the front end, but I get to keep my job. At that time, I feel like I'm this silly goose. Well, what do I do? So if you were in my position, what would you do? Learn. So how fast I should be learning? Very fast. Very fast. Okay, I'll share you the secret a little bit later that can make you learn as fast as you can. So I got a crash course. And, well, the crash course takes about 24 hours because there was literally a book called JavaScript in 24 hours. But, well, actually, I didn't read this book until I was working on my ticket for a long time. How is that possible? Well, first of all, thanks to the well-structured working code in our production that I was able to use the code as an example to learn. So I started with a simple ticket that I don't need to modify the whole structure of the code, but instead I modify things little by little. There, I see how it happens. But that didn't last very long. I went into the cultural shock phase with JavaScript. As simple as it seems, this web native language was initially written only in 10 days. However, for people who are using Java for too long, my brain is wired in a way that I can't understand how simple JavaScript is. The first shock is the loose syntax. So JavaScript expert here tell me how many ways you can declare a variable. I hear 3 ways. And how many ways you declare variable in Java? Maybe 2? Oh, well, up to Java 9, we only have one way to declare a variable. You give it a type, and you give it a variable name. But JavaScript, on the other hand, it has 3 off the bat, and here's a modern version, here's an old version, and they work together. They just mingle together. And if you're not careful, you could easily be mixing them up. And look at this whole section explaining the difference between them. Well, thanks God, there is an instruction to tell you how to just declare a variable. That's something I didn't expect it. And second, and most difficult thing for me to think about is the JavaScript is functional. Well, what does it mean by functional? Again, there's a whole guide to tell you what a functional is. And Java folks, do you remember the last time you used functional programming in your code? Oh, I see you shaking your head. Well, technically, Java is not functional. We all know the lambda functions, but internally, it's actually just a functional interface. It's still objective. But believe it or not, being a functional language, JavaScript, everything in JavaScript is based on an object. Even the function is an object. If you ever looking at the debugger, the function is also an object. That's confusing enough. And it is event-driven. That means it never executed as you expected. When we run a Java program, we expected a flow. We can stop a debugger anytime to see where it is, poke at the value to see what it is. But unfortunately, when you are working with the front end, it's up to the user to where to click and what's to happen. And async everywhere. Yes. But thanks God, it's a single thread. And the async in Java is not, async in JavaScript is used way more often than Java for obvious reason, because in the front end, it has to wait for the back end, and the back end wait for nothing but the database or other services. So while you could get away without using async your whole Java application, but you absolutely have no way to avoid async. And here, the error message. And can you tell me what's your favorite error message? Well, no one likes JavaScript error message. It never says what it is. It sounds like this is not iterable. This is not a function. This is not but it never tells you what exactly wrong with it. And when you click on the error message, it doesn't even take you to the line of code you write. Why? Because JavaScript, if you ever use a framework like React, the code is translated into the native JavaScript back into the compiler when you are back in the browser. When you are looking at it, it's no longer the code you write. It's no longer the neat and beautiful code React provides you. It's the ugly JavaScript. It just doesn't care about your feeling. So, well, most of the time, you probably can guess what line it was. It takes you back. You can go back to your IDE to fix it, but sometimes it just doesn't. There you need a debugging tool. Well, my old question, what's your favorite JavaScript debugging tool? You got it. Console log. And Java guys, when was the last time you used the system out print? Does your coworker discriminate you if you use that? We are supposed to using logging framework. We're supposed to use the debugging IDE, right? But somehow in JavaScript, console log is the king. That's something I didn't expect it. But that's not the whole story though. When you go to the actual debugging tool, suddenly you get 10 plus more tabs, give you information overload. It not only tells about how your code is running, it even tells your performance, which makes you nervous. It tells your appearance, which makes you judge yourself in the mirror. Oh, console, of course. And again, this source is lying. It's not what you wrote. It looks completely different from what you do. And network tabs, well, that's where our Java code goes to. Most of the time, is applying the API to the front end. Well, enough tool of this debugging tool. So you see the wide range. You went from a very simple language to very loose syntax that let you make mistake, doesn't let you fail until the very end because it doesn't compile. And you suddenly have all the advanced topics in JavaScript, in Java at the front page of a JavaScript book. And you don't get the right message. You don't get the debugging tool. And oh, am I clicking too fast? Don't forget that when you're working with the front end, the log stays in the client side. You just don't know what happened on your client side. You have to recreate every issue in your local in order for you to debug, and good luck with that. And I asked my senior, how do you know something is wrong over there? He said, well, that's experience. And that translates to me, that's job security. Well, but Java folks don't give up yet, because if you look at Java, when we look back at what our knowledge is already at, we probably see something relatable. And by learning JavaScript, you probably will get a new understanding of what's in Java, like the loose syntax. In Java 10, we introduced the variable var. Makes many people confuse even more between Java and JavaScript. And the keywords like record. And this fake functional programming lambda, which greatly reduced the Java workload. Now you know who to thank to. It's the JavaScript influence. Also, Java has a whole chapter about a reactive stream, which is also event-driven. And did I forget about Gravel? Or Gal VM, which allows you to run JavaScript and Java together. And that's already adopted by Facebook and Oracle and all the big name companies. So, well, maybe as a Java folk, we already have our step into JavaScript already. We just don't know yet. And while talking about our favorite error message in Java, it's not always clear either. So we can deal with that. Well, also this recreate racing condition in local. Have you ever successfully doing that? See, the life of a Java is not easy. So we can handle what's on the left based on what's on the right. But after all, when you are in front end, you're going to think of front end. Why? Because if you ever try to learn a second language, by the way here, yeah. Did you do the word-to-word translation from the beginning? Absolutely, yes. Does that help you? No, yes. So while we have the knowledge of Java, we probably have to forget about Java for a while in order to think the JavaScript way, the front-end way. And don't be afraid yet, because we know there's an awesome language learning app called Duolingo. Have you used that? Yes. And how it works is everything is drag and drop. Everything has a hint. You can never go wrong. You just need to try and maybe pay the premium. But here, I find a Duolingo quest for our Java first language speaker to start for free. And it's just awesome, like Duolingo request. That's called Free Code Camp. And it happens to be a sponsor of this event, and I'm not paid by them by anyway. I just like it because, well, look at where we are. We are at the very end of a tutorial of a hook, of a React hook. And normally, you would probably spend, let me go back to the course. Normally, you would take your thousands of steps to get there if you diligently follow steps. But you could actually jump in any time and start experimenting with the React framework. So can I invite one of the Java person up to the stage? Yeah, please come here. Just stand with me, just bear with me. So I assume you know nothing about, React components, hooks, or anything else. But can you guess? So this button is supposed to show and hide the text. Can you guess where the button is coming from? Where this block is coming from? You're free to scroll.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm counting the time.
From here?
Oh, how did you find it so fast?
Because it says on click, then I see toggle message.
Great. Yes. Well, that's the secret how I nailed the job when the UI guy was gone. Because on one hand, the UI developing is intuitive. What you see is what you get. And you're going to use your detective skill to find out where things belong to. Apparently, here's a big message, and here's a message. It's probably something to do with it. And what you are missing is some basic baseline knowledge that React is component-based, what a component is, some basic HTML syntax, and the Java language we just discussed about. Well, of course, it's not simple like that. I can show you another example that's deceivingly simple, but look at this web page. It's static. If you click on it, nothing going to happen. It's just 3 blocks. But how much code do you think to make this happen? Oh, I'm not holding on to the answer. So this is the back-end code alone. Yes. And, this is the front-end code alone. And there is a whole system that manages the back-end, the content. And it is amazing that in our real jobs, things are always like that. The presentation is super simple, but in order to make it enterprise level, we do layers and layers of abstraction. For example, here the content, where the words are, lives in this portal, but in the code itself, you have a single line. This single line is in charge of the render the whole page. And you imagine how many layers are inside, how many abstractions, how many management are there. And that's the part I won't reveal to you yet. You have to go there for yourself. And last but not least, some cautionary tale about AI. Your mileage may vary when you drive with Copilot. Why? Because after all, you are responsible for the code accuracy. And whatever AI wrote, you absolutely have to have more knowledge than it to verify it is correct. And, well, as far as I experienced, the AI always makes a mistake. And when it does, it's always a nonsense mistake that human won't make. And sometimes it's just easier to debug, easier to rewrite yourself than debug the nonsense AI spills out. And that's based on my experiment with a single task in my work. Something would normally took me half a day, it took me a whole 2 days, and I had to explain to my manager what I'm experiencing with. But AI is not always the bad actor. It actually pushes you to keep good code practice. So what I find is that if your code is up to modern standard, it's modularized, it's up to best practice, AI is better at understanding it. And, well, sometimes the ambiguity of AI is also a pro. So that pushes back to you to clarify your question, like you're talking to a real person, like you're talking to a non-technical real person, or a rubber duck. And have you ever heard of a rubber duck debugging? Yes. And the rubber duck talks back to you. That's something I learned from last CYC conference, is you could ask him question, like, some example would be like, please update this code to the best code practice. You don't know what is the best practice, but as soon as you do, the AI usually will prompt, okay, I'm going to update your code up to these bullet points. And that's where you steal knowledge from AI. What is the best practice? AI just to tell you. Next time, you can use the same bullet points to instruct the AI without the back and forth. And last but not least, so this whole talk is not supposed to be just talking and listening. What I really want to invite you guys to do is commit your story, commit your code. And maybe start from learning from the repository in your work, if you have access to a front-end repository, which is normally the case, or on GitHub, because with the help of AI, they can explain the code to you, and you can feel free to experiment, thanks that the front end is usually environment independent, so you really can run things in your local without issue. And second is community stack exchange. Remember the first question I asked the room, who is the front end, who is full stack, and who is back end? Yes, so I hope somehow you guys can connect together and exchange your skill. Because after all, AI, as good as a pair it is, it's not going to give you the critical feedback that only human user can know. And last but not least, share your story in Discord, on LinkedIn, or anywhere, maybe on our next meetup, because I want to see more people get out of the comfortable zone and step into the danger journey. Well, that's all it is. Thanks.
All right. Well, are we good to go? We got 25 minutes. I've been thinking, the 25 minutes is a thing they should tell you a little ahead of time. If I'm honest, I don't know what to do with 25 minutes. That's just, it's just too much time. How am I going to fill all that time with the state of things? So, look, my name is Josh Long. I work on the Spring team. I'm super happy to be here today. I'm super happy because obviously this is a nice place to be, but also because it's an amazing time to be a Java and Spring developer. And there's just an amazing ecosystem out there. And I don't know, we don't have all that much time, unfortunately, to look at everything today, but I figured we could try, Who's using Java? Good. That's great. I mean, this kind of stuff is like, I don't know. I think we're in a really, really wonderful moment in time. There is no limit to what we can build today. There's no limit to the opportunities that lay before us in terms of the ecosystem and so on. And so I just really want people to sort of take a moment and just appreciate what we've got so far, right? It's just an amazing time. So about me, my name is Josh Long. I work on the Spring team in my capacity as a Spring developer advocate, a Java champion, a Kotlin Google developer expert, a Microsoft MVP, and look, we all do things that we're ashamed of, not proud of, okay? I am a YouTuber. So you can find me here. It's not gonna be the worst mistake you make this year, but I'm not guaranteeing that, Okay, so just join me it's an adventure. I run this website, I run this little channel with my buddy Deshaun and my buddy James Ward. Deshaun Carter, James Ward, and then that's me on the. Maybe I could lose a little weight, whatever. Moving on, there's an amazing ecosystem out there, right? And I just wanted to show you some of that cool stuff. So I figured we'd build an application, and of course to motivate the application, we need a reason, right? What are we gonna build an application for? It's weird when people just build things sort of impromptu, right? And so I was thinking, I could show you the old Spring Pet Clinic. Some of you may recognize the Spring Pet Clinic. It's a sample application from the days of yore. It's a 25-year-old application, and it's a sample application that demonstrates the best of the best. And I figured we could look at that, but that is very old. It's just very, very old, but I do like the idea. I like the concept of animals and dogs and cats and pets and the like. And, I mean, who doesn't love animals? Come on, we all love animals. Do you love your animal? Who's going to say no to that, right? I love almost all animals, except for my dog. He's terrible. Not a good dog. Just the worst. His name is Peanut. Okay, he's evil. He's not a good dog. We keep him for 3 reasons, though, okay? For three very simple reasons. One is because even terrible dogs like Peanut deserve love, and so that's just a bedrock fact, and we keep him there for that reason. Another is, and I'm just going to be honest with you here, it's ego, okay? In my home, my partner and my daughter both speak 5 languages. I only speak 3.5. If we didn't have that stupid dog, I would be the stupidest in the house. That will not stand. That will not stand. And then, of course, just being honest with you all here, just being real, I mean, he is really, really, really stinking cute. I mean, I know, but evil. Okay? Pure malevolence, not a good dog. And I'm telling you, he reminds me of another dog about which I learned during the pandemic named Prancer. How many of you remember Prancer? Prancer went viral because his owner put out this advert saying, okay, I've tried for the last several months to post this dog for adoption and make him sound palatable. The problem is he's just not. There's not a very big market for neurotic, man-hating, animal-hating, children-hating dogs that look like gremlins. Imagine the dog slander. I have to believe there's someone out there for Prancer because I'm tired and so is my family. And she just continues slandering this poor dog. She says that I was excited to see him come out of his shell and become a real dog. I'm convinced at this point that he's not a real dog, but more like a vessel for a traumatized Victorian child that now haunts our home. Okay? So again, this went viral, right? This ad went viral. It was on the news. Do you remember all the weird things we did during lockdown? One of the things I did was watch the TV when the news aired as it was airing, which is not a thing I've done before or since, right? And so I saw this. This is the only reason I saw this. And so this ad just keeps going and going, and she signs off and warns, She says, oh, he's only 2 years old and will probably live to be 21 through pure spite. So take that into account. And anyway, very cute dog. I'd totally pet that dog. That's a cute dog right there. That said, maybe a little spicy, maybe a little bit of a handful. So I'm thinking we should build something to adopt dogs, even terrible ones like Peanut and Prancer. So let's go back to my second favorite place on the internet. Obviously, my first favorite place on the internet is production. I love production. You should love production. You should go as early and often as possible. Bring the kids, bring the family. The weather's amazing. It's the happiest place on earth. But if you've never been to production, you can begin your journey here at start.spring.io. So what we're going to do is we're going to build a new application. And friends, we have some choices we need to make. First and foremost of which is, what version of Java do you want to use? There are 3 radio boxes here implying 3 equal choices. But friends, that's not true. It just isn't so. Java 25 is the current GA version of Java, and therefore the only correct version of Java. These other 2 radio boxes we keep just to see who makes terrible life decisions. Okay? You should never select these in any context whatsoever, especially if you want to have good code, okay? And by the way, technically, Java 25 is better in every way. It's faster, more robust, more performant, more syntax rich, more operations friendly. Technically, it's better in every way. It's also morally superior. You won't like the look of sadness and shame in your children's eyes when they see that you're using Java 17 in production. Don't do this. Be the change you want to see in the world. Do the right thing. Use at least Java 25. It's also mathematically superior. This is just a simple fact. Java 25 is more than 3 times greater than Java 8. Simple math. It's a simple math, okay? So we're going to choose Java 25 because it's awesome. And by the way, one of my favorite features in Java 25, how many of you have seen this? I'm going to write a Java script. Void main io.println. Hi, CYC. Okay? And I'm going to do Java script.java. It's a script written in Java. It's a Java script. It's the only good JavaScript. Okay? So this is an amazing time. I mean, come on, look at that. That's awesome. And actually, one might wonder, how do I specify dependencies for this JavaScript? First person to suggest npm leaves. It's a nightmare wrapped in a headache. No, instead, you can use a preprocessor like jbang.dev. It's an amazing community utility. And so I can do things like this. I can actually annotate my code with some comments, just regular valid Java comments, specifying the Java version and the dependencies I want. And then I can have, like, you know, a standalone top-level Spring MVC controller and a print line. And there's this thing that my friend Dave Sire and I wrote that's here. It's imported as source code, kind of like an include. And it specifies this thing called Spring Script. So now if I go over here to my desktop, I can say script, well, this one, and then do that, and then we go, okay? So now I have a standalone Java script running on port 8080 at /hi. Huh? Much better. That's a single JavaScript. Very, very, very nice. The only good kind of JavaScript, okay? So I'm going to go back to here, start.spring.io. We're going to build a new application, and I'm just, again, we don't have a lot of time, so let's bring in the GraalVM web support, the PG vector support. Do we want to do that? Yeah, why not? We want to bring in an AI module of some sort. We'll bring in OpenAI. We're going to bring in a SQL data mapping layer. I'll use Spring Data JDBC. And this, of course, implies Postgres. I've got a Postgres database running in the background there. I'll bring in Spring Security, because why not? You know, just usual stuff. Maybe I'll bring in the actuator. I think I'm happy with all that. What about you? Is that okay? Let's go ahead and open this up. And I'm going to go here to my folder, my downloads directory. I'm going to run this script that's in my shell. It's an alias that points to a Java script. So anyway, UAO assistant.zip. It's just going to run unzip and open from within Java, okay? And what we're going to do is we're just going to build a simple application that talks to our database and supports answering questions. And of course, in order to talk to that database, we need to specify our connectivity. So secret, don't tell anybody that. A username is my user. And of course, the URL is jdbc:/postgresql localhost my database, okay? So now I'm connected to my application, and I can use it to start answering questions about the dogs in the shelter, let's imagine. Let's imagine we have a fictitious dog adoption agency helping people house dogs, even the terrible ones like Peanut and Prancer, in homes of their dreams, okay? So, everything okay? Okay. I thought Peanut maybe sent word. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to build a simple dog controller, okay? And we're going to create a little endpoint here that returns all the dogs, okay, that are in the database. So at controller, at response body. And of course, in order to work with dogs, I need to create a data access layer. So I'll do that here. I'm going to create a Spring Data repository that manages entities of type dog and whose primary key is of type integer. And of course, in order to define the dog, I need to have an entity. So I'll use Java records. I love, 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 love Java records. How many of you are using Java records? I mean, huge fan, huge fan, right? Big win right there, okay? So let's go ahead and use that down here, and we're gonna just inject that here, private final dog repository, add that to the constructor, and I'll just go down here and return all the dogs, okay? So repository.find all, find all, voila. Okay, let's try this. And this is going to be locked down, isn't it? We need to like open it up for a second here because we can't try it out. Isn't that the case? So we go over here. Where's our security? This one. Okay. Oops. We'll need to bring back security in a sec. Where did it go? Here we go. Slippery. Okay. Here we go. Take 502. All right. Now we're cooking. Let's see. Localhost dogs. There's our dogs, okay? There's all the different dogs in the database. And you can see our buddy Prancer there. His ID is 45. His name is Prancer. And he's, again, described as a demonic, neurotic, man-hating, animal-hating, children-hating dog that looks like a gremlin, taken directly from the advert. Oh, yeah. All right. Thank you. Good. So let's go ahead now and create we've got the access to the data. I want to be able to find the dogs in the shelter. And obviously, I want to be able to ask questions. Imagine this is like an actual agent that helps us ask questions about animals in the shelter. And so, you want to have some agency there, right? You want to have some really intelligent responses there. So what we're going to do is we're going to use Spring AI, which is your one-stop shop for building AI integrations. And I really think this is an amazing time and an amazing opportunity for us because most of the enterprise runs on Java, and it's very natural to extend these Java installations with AI integrations. When people talk about AI engineering, remember, dollars to donuts, 99% of the time, they're talking about talking to a REST API. There's nothing endemic to the Python community or any other community that makes them better suited, quite the contrary, in fact, to this kind of work. So what we're going to do is we're going to just build a simple controller here that lets you ask questions, okay? We'll say assistant, and we'll respond. So question, request param, string question, okay? And we're going to use the Spring AI chat client. The chat client is your one-stop shop for all chat model interactions, right? So I'm going to inject this chat client builder, and I'll build it as we set it up. And I'm a big fan of the chat client. This is written by the best people, right? The best people that could write code did write code for this. So I'm quite confident it'll serve your use case as well. But let's see. Here we go. So this .ai.prompt, passing in the question, here we are, and then asking for the response back. And we could get it typed to a strongly typed entity, or we could just ask for it as a string, which will suit us just fine. So let's go ahead and just make sure it's working, I guess. So HTTP 8080 assistant question equals hi. Okay, let's just. Is the dial tone working? That kind of, there we go. Okay, so it's working. Okay, good stuff. Now, I wanted to, let's ask, do you have any neurotic dogs? Oh, so it's trying to help, but it's not really, it doesn't know what we're trying to get done here, right? It doesn't know that there are dogs in the shelter that it should be responding about. It's just, it has no idea of its mission, of its focused goal. So what we need to do is to give it some access to the data and to give it a system prompt. Now, a system prompt is an overriding governing prompt, and I happen to have a system prompt here on my desktop, I'm going to cat this and then write it out to the buffer like, wait, no, I'm so sorry. That's wrong. Much better, okay? Now, take that, copy and paste, go over here, var system equals, paste that in there, and we'll just say default system, okay? So that's the system prompt. We're saying, hey, you're an AI-powered assistant to help people adopt a dog from the agency named Pooch Palace with locations in Antwerp, Seoul, Tokyo, Singapore, Paris, Mumbai, New Delhi, Barcelona, San Francisco, and London. Did I say Antwerp? I meant Plano, surely. Okay, so there's that. And then we want to give it access to the data as well. And that data is in a vector store. It's been embedded, and it's in the vector store. So I want to support RAG, right? Retrieval Augmented Generation. And I'll do that by providing a filter, an interceptor, called the Question Answer Advisor. And this is going to select possible candidates from the vector store. In this case, the vector store is Postgres. I'm using it in both as a SQL database and a vector store. And it's going to use that to inform the response it then sends to the model for final analysis, which will then rate the final responses and give us the actual response, okay? So now, I'm going to configure that here on the AI client, the default advisor, okay? There's this. And now we can restart the program. And now we can ask it another sort of hard-hitting question. Do you have any neurotic dogs? Yes, we have a neurotic dog available for adoption. Meet Prancer. Okay, so now we've got an AI model that's able to answer questions about the dogs in the shelter. We're making progress, and we still have some time. We have a lot of time, in fact. This is the problem with Spring. It's just way too productive. So what we need to do now is to think about getting this thing into production, right? And there's a lot of concerns here. How do I get a Docker image? Well, obviously, in Spring Boot, you can just use, Maven Spring Boot : build -image, and that'll produce a Docker image. Okay, good. Now, but still, am I ready for production? Once I have that container, is this going to be something you want to run in production? Well, there's a couple things you might change. First of all, you might want to enable virtual threads, right? Virtual threads are a wonderful so threads, virtual threads not enabled is true. This is a feature that's based on something in Java 21, which gives us the equivalent of async await in all the other languages and platforms out there. So if you've ever used async await, then you'll know what a pain that is, right? It permeates all your code. Everything you do needs to be refactored to take advantage of that. Here in Java, it's just a thread executor that you define one place. And usually, if you're just using Spring Boot, you just set a property and you're done, right? Now this is rare. Just take a moment to appreciate what's happening here. This is the first and arguably the last time that Java has had a feature that's nicer than what the other languages have. Just enjoy this. Breathe it in. Just soak it up, okay? It won't happen again. Oh, accidental awesomeness, but it's still awesome, okay? So you get the scalability as if you were using reactive programming or as if you were using async await or Go routines in Go or something like that without any of the implied complexity and verbosity of those other inferior solutions, okay? So this is a good result. Scalability, yeah. Is our program fast? Can we make it fast, right? How can we make it fast? Well, first of all, it's worth stating that Java is already very, very energy efficient and it's very, very fast. How many of you have seen this? This is this blog is from 2018, before the COVID pandemic, or BC, and it asked the question, which programming languages use the least electricity? Hey, go away. I don't know who that is, and I don't care. It asked the question, which programming languages use the least electricity? And the results won't surprise you, right? C, most energy efficient for machines, not people. Rust, zero cost abstractions, well done, good job. C++, tooey, disgusting. Moving on. Ada, nobody cares, and then Java, okay? Now Java, top 5 most energy efficient language, okay? Top 5, bear in mind the first 4 are compiled. It's that fifth one is a virtual machine, right? So this is, again, why I love running my Java scripts on Java, okay? Now, there's other languages here we can talk about briefly. C#, Pi, it's delicious. Go, okay, fine, go away. We have F#, and then, why? Why is this why? In any, never apply the rules of the real world to JavaScript, the bad kind, okay? It doesn't make any sense. In any normal universe, if you constrain the optimization and execution of code, you get faster results, but not so here. Somehow, TypeScript is 4 or 5 times less performant and energy efficient than JavaScript. Makes no sense. They've broken the idea of a type system. Anyway, moving on, these two languages, bleh, and then these two languages. JRuby is Ruby on the JVM, Ruby is Ruby in C, and yet JRuby, by dint of having been built on the JVM, is a third more energy efficient than Ruby. Again, the JVM is boss sauce software. It's awesome, okay? It's a really, really nice piece of kit. So it is very efficient, but is it fast? Well, again, how many of you have seen the 1BRC challenge? Right? Here's the 1BRC challenge. In January of last year, one of our friends and fellow Java champions, Gunnar Morling, asked people to write a program that loads 1 billion rows of weather station telemetry data in this format, and then calculates some statistics and dump out the results and then exit as quick as programmatically possible. And the results are pretty good. I mean, here's the first result, 1.5 seconds. That's 13 gigs of text, 13 gigabytes of text, okay? So you load all of it, compute some statistics, print out the results, and then exit in 1.5 seconds. You go down the line here, you've got 1.58, 1.6, 1.8, 1.9, 2.0, all these good things. So clearly, there's something that's interesting here. Most of them are using GraalVM native images. GraalVM native images are technology that allows you to ahead of time compute the possible code execution in your binary and get a statically linked self-contained native binary. Hey, my friend. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn our application into a native image, but I will tell you there's one little bit of a drawback, is it just takes a while, right? It takes a long time. I get bored easily. I don't like having to wait because it's doing this computation at runtime about what should be in the binary at compile time, rather it's doing it so that it can figure out what should be there for runtime. So I get bored very easily, and I said, hey, Oracle, please play elevator music during the native image compilation process. I said, I already hear elevator music in my head when I do these sometimes long-running compilations. I'd just like everybody else to hear it too. Thank you in advance, and I appreciate your amazing work. And I got some great responses. This one says, it points to a sample soundtrack from the Nintendo 64 adoption of the first Pierce Brosnan outing as James Bond in 1994's GoldenEye. Okay, so I like that one. This one says, I'd add that using beeps in general, not only for the native image, really helped me. Yes, true, like a microwave. And then here, Dr. Fabio Niepaus, he's a researcher on the GraalVM team. He said, thanks for your feature request, Josh. The problem with playing music during the compilation is that it just fixes the symptoms, and we've been and are still working on the cause, making GraalVM more efficient in terms of time, memory, and CPU consumption. Go on, I have prototyped a -- Josh long mode. So what this would do is, when you run it, it would start the Josh Long mode. You'd see music brought to you by Josh Long. This is a picture, but don't let that stop you from understanding that music is playing at this point. Now you're wondering where it came from, who did this to you, why is it happening now? You don't know. You see the console, you're relaxed like a cow. Now you can understand what's happening, but you're still bored. You're still waiting. So it would print out a picture of me in my spring shirt as well, right? I think that'll be a great addition to the compiler. The problem is it hasn't been merged yet. So last year, we had a person in the community who fixed it, okay? So there's this amazing Maven plugin inspired by my GitHub issue. And then this plugin, we're just gonna add this to our build quickly to make our life a little bit easier, okay? So let's copy and paste all that. Go back to the build, okay? And I'm gonna just paste this down here. Here we go, 2.0, reload, okay? Go to the command line here. Yep. Skip tests, p native :compile, and we'll let this do its thing. It's gonna take a little while, you know. There's a Maven daemon. Have you heard of this? If the daemon reloads the build whenever you make a change, don't use that with it. Because it'll just keep playing the same music over and over all day, and it'll drive you batty. But anyway, it's so good. One of my friends at Spotify actually sent a pull request so you can configure the plugin to use a Spotify playlist or track instead. Yes, this is what I'm here for. So, let's see here. Look at, beware of the RAM as well. Look at that. Did you see that? That's 28 gigs or 1 slack of RAM. Okay, that's a lot. Okay, so the program's compiled. Go over here, assistant. Okay. Oh, ports in use. No problem. Go over here and stop it. Go over here again. And there we are, 0.2 seconds. And much more importantly, here's the RAM, PS-O, RSS, resonance set size. Divide that by 1,000 because it's in kilobytes, so it's 157 megs for an application that has AI, that has virtual threads, that's statically self-contained, it has a web server, data access technology, and security, and so much more, although they didn't demonstrate the security. And really, I mean, just go to any web page ever in Chrome, and your tab will take a gig, right? Just that one little tab. That's JavaScript. This is JavaScript, okay? Look, my friends, there's never been a better time to be a Java and Spring developer. I hope I've so persuaded you of that. I have a couple questions. First of all, who learned something new? Good stuff. Who had fun? Good stuff. I want to thank you so much. And look, I now have two terrible dogs, so it worked out. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Aw, the power of terrible dogs. Let me drop this off over there. Sure. Oh, before the mob gets here.
The room for me.
Oh, you did for me. I'm sure they were all here for you.
There you go. Try now.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Much better. Oh, so you can hear me now. Good. So hopefully still have the energy from the previous session. So it was pumping. We're speaking today about FinOps and cloud cost optimization. So I'll take you to another theme than what Josh was saying, over the fun things. So we're going through cloud love, cloud breakups. So how many of you had breakups in his life before? Raise your hand. Oh, no breakups. You're all doing it. We're techies, so probably we have lots of these. Let me close this. OK. So I'm Ali Ibrahim. I'm a solution architect at Microsoft, specifically in Azure. So I worked before for AWS, for Red Hat, Ericsson, and Oracle. I have a bachelor in computer engineering and a master's in machine learning. I usually like to work in multiple things other than my real work, which is pinging me now. So I work in cloud, Kubernetes. I host also the Kubernetes meetup here in Dallas, North Dallas. Serverless, automation, Gen AI, of course. No one does not work in Gen AI. Everyone does that. And data streaming analytics. There is a little noise. Yeah. How can I get? Can you, it's good now? Okay. I'll hold this. Okay, so today we're speaking on multiple things on the agenda. So in the agenda, we have the FinOps, cloud migrations, well-architectured framework, if you heard about that, cost optimization, modernization, and AI in the cloud. This is the agenda. Whether we will follow the agenda or not, that depends on you, on me, on the timer. So let's see. First of all, when you work on the cloud, you're gonna think of date nights. So FinOps is like budgeting for your date nights. You want the romance probably, but you don't want to scary bill at the end of the date night. So here comes FinOps. So the official definition is the practice of visibility, accountability, and unit economics across cloud spend. Great definition. Let's break it down. So what is FinOps? So in FinOps, you try to bring the finance team, the engineering, and the product team all together, sharing the ownership of your cloud deployments. You build a central enablement team. That team is responsible for the cloud, the cost, and in that team, everyone is accountable. So you cannot create something and put the accountability on someone else. Everyone is responsible for the governance and for the costs of your cloud bill, or for your solution specifically. Why cloud FinOps? So in cloud, when you're moving from your on-prem solutions or from your data center to the cloud, you're probably working as pay-as-you-go model, or that's usually most of us starts. And pay-as-you-go model is not rent. It's not a fixed thing that you pay every month. It scales with your usage. If you have an application that's running and luckily you have enough traffic, so that will scale and it will increase your bill at the end. Sometimes without governance, surprises can happen. In Flexera, there's still some noise. It's hitting my ears. I'll try to go with that white noise. So the industry shows that there are from 28% to 32% of the cloud spend is wasted. In Gartner, they're showing 30%, but there are always spend, specifically in enterprises. And those spend coming from common bad practices, like people do not govern costs. They don't use commitments. And when commitments, we speak about reserved instances, or there is a lot in the dev test thing that they keep running on the pay-as-you-go model, running 24 hours. We need to cut that. A lot of people or a lot of companies, when they move from on-prem solutions to the cloud solution, they just oversize their VMs. Probably if you go to one developer at some point of time, it was me, ask him how much RAM and CPU you want, they will give you as much as they want. They don't want their applications to break. So with FinOps, let's see if we can put this better. Still. Okay, so in the migration, people start with lift and shift. So they put all their servers together, ship them to the cloud, and after a few months, they start seeing scary bills. The problem with that is that migrations should not just be lift and shift. So in migrations, you don't just move servers and move boxes. You may have a couch that when you moved to a new apartment that does not fit. It's not just. I don't know why this is happening. Hey, yeah, is it better? Trying to put this everywhere. Yeah. Can you hear us now? Okay, so in migrations, you don't just move boxes, you don't just move servers as is. You probably didn't think about moving furniture and put it in the right place. If you're moving apartments, for example, yeah, you can pack your stuff and put it in boxes, but when you put there, maybe those things do not match. Maybe you don't have enough space for your couch. Maybe whatever thing does not fit in that new space. And if you don't think about that, you probably even didn't think about the moving cost of moving your stuff. What you gotta do, you gotta work on your relationship. So a lot of companies, after a few months, they will realize that, oh, the cloud cost is high, let's break it up, let's move back to the on-prem. But sometimes the problem is not the cloud itself. Sometimes it's the culture that you built. It's the architecture that you have throughout the years. Yeah.
Sorry about this.
No worries. Is it better? Huh?
Can you talk a little bit now?
Yeah. So, yeah, so you gotta, is it working? Hello? Working? Okay.
I'm gonna sit.
I can work without it, but I think you will miss it on the recording.
I'm gonna sit here for a minute, make sure.
Okay, cool. So, no worries. Yeah, so you got to work on your relationship with your cloud. As you work on your relationships in love, you got to work on your relationships for the cloud as well. A lot of issues can be cultural gaps. Like people used to work on-prem, they used to work on their servers. They have specific practices that they used to do. Those practices can be much better and much more efficient when you move to the cloud with transforming these. There is a lot of architecture that people maybe keep it on their servers for a long time. They didn't even tweak and get a chance to work on it. Now it's time to work on this because each part of your CPU and memory is costing you money. It's not just sitting idle for you. And maybe just running through a well-architected review could help save you and save your relationship with the cloud in that case. Anyone familiar with well-architected framework? Okay, so well-architected framework, it has a version from AWS, it has a version from Microsoft. They, I think, maybe have other versions, but both are the same. Maybe in AWS, they added another pillar, which is sustainability, but I'll skip that for now. So most probably it has 5 pillars. First one is operational excellence, how you're using automation and how you're putting your practices into more automated way. The other pillar is performance efficiency. So you go and review your applications and your deployments, making sure that they scale well. They are sized on the right place, so you're not using a 16 gig VM for an application that's using 2 gigs, for example. Third one is the reliability, and just the arrows is just for the visualization. They don't go from one to the other. It's like a complete cycle that you keep doing multiple times and check. Reliability, you want to make sure that your application is running based on your KPIs, based on your SLAs to your customers. So you want to make sure that, for example, if you want to have your application load balance across different regions, it is already there. If one of the region is down, it's working on the other one. If that is not a requirement or it's not part of your SLA, so you may skip and cut those costs and keep it running in one region and maybe choose the one that's closest to your customer, for example. Security, very obvious. You want to make sure that whomever should have access to your application does have access, and whomever does not require that is out of the picture. Lots of things in security, of course, that can be like a complete topic from the network perspective, from the authentication perspective, from multiple other things. And finally, the cost optimization, which is the part that we're talking about today. So it want to make sure that you're using the cloud as most optimized cost as possible. And that does not only fit with lift and shift, that can take you also to use new services and other things in the cloud. So quick actions, the first thing, and I'm working with some customers currently in that specific framework. So quick actions you want to check is check your utilization and resize. So for your VMs in the cloud, by default, all of them, they have utilization to your CPU memory, and it's showing you that on the graph. So you want to go back in time and see, do I really have my VMs utilized, let's say 80%, 70%, or most of the time it's idle and I'm just using CPU at 5%. And in that case, if that's the case, you probably need to resize. On the other perspective, I have customers complaining about some issues with their VMs. They are over-consumed. They're always on 90%. In that case, you may need to go to a higher thing or find another way, which we'll speak about later. For your production workloads that you know that they will be working for some time, it's better to use reserved instances. Reserved instances for long term can give you from 40% to 60% discounts versus your regular pay-as-you-go. So if you know your application is in production, it has steady flow, why don't you just reserve those instances, make them available. It helps the cloud providers to forecast their usage, and it helps you to save costs. So 40% for 1 year, around approximately 40% if you're reserving this for 1 year, 60% if you're reserving that for 3 years. A lot of customers doesn't know about that, or know, but they are not sure. So if you're already in the cloud, that's one of the levers that you want to use. If you have workloads that are not that critical, they're not in production, you don't want them to run all 24/7, think about using something like spot instances, which are available at a very discounted rate. The only issue is that they can just give you a warning 10 minutes later and they put them down. So if you're running maybe some maybe model training or some batch jobs that are not critical for production, or they are not critical in time, using spot instances and maybe distribute the load across multiple spot instances. So in case of one of them is down, you're still running your jobs. That can also give you huge discounts. For your dev and test environments, you can maybe think about having schedules. If you're using some VMs or some services that are running for dev and test, you don't need these to be running 24/7 unless you're like globally scaled and you have people here, people in India, people somewhere else. And in that case, even maybe make use of having other regions for the same VMs. So for those VMs, just make sure that you put schedule, shut them down by maybe 6 or something, and bring them back up in the morning. And make it a habit to always use billing tags in your application. So you want to make sure how much this workload is taking, how much it's affecting your cost. So later on, when you have issues, you know where the root cause of those issues are coming from. The second step is optimizing your workloads. So we spoke about checking utilization and resizing. A lot of VMs come with what is already loaded on them on-prem. So they may be running web application, the back-end application. Some of them even have all the 3 tiers running in one VM. Think of splitting those workloads. Splitting those workloads can make you identify where the issue is and can make you also use smaller VMs for each specific thing. You can start using load balancing technique when you split those, so you can have like a load balancer on the web application, another load balancer on the back-end application, another load balancer maybe for other APIs. And those load balancing techniques can help you also with auto-scaling, so it can scale each tier separately from the other through scale groups or scale sets. Start thinking about using managed services. If you're, for example, running something like SQL Server, maybe think of managed instances, SQL Server. If you're running Postgres, maybe think of something like RDS or Postgres on Azure, something like that. Things that are managed. If you're using Kubernetes, you don't just cut all the control planes and use something managed. These can help a lot. And even if they cost you some money now, but it helps you a lot on the operations side. So from the operations, from the people who are maintaining these, the engineering, the people that you want to hire, you're cutting those costs. Create ephemeral environments. If you're running tests, if you're running some experiments, make sure that those environments are ephemeral. They will start in your CI/CD, for example, during the build. They will create the environment. They will kill the environment after the test, and you don't need to pay more for these. And finally, explore some open source alternatives. A lot of companies who are already maybe using Oracle DBs for long, maybe it's time to think about Postgres if you want to save some cost, MySQL, anything like that. Even think about NoSQL databases. I think I need to run a little quick. So I'll try to move quickly. The second step is the application modernization. So once you did the first step, the second step, now it's time to think of your application, refactor your application. Usually there are those 6 R's that if you're familiar with. First thing is just rehosting your application as is, replatform your application from maybe VMs or something like VMware to native solutions, refactor them, think about containerizing, or maybe rewrite your applications if that's the case, or replace them if you can just buy something SaaS solution that can do whatever you're doing. That can also be a cost saving. And in the cloud, you don't pour all your love into one basket. For a healthy relationship and for a healthy cloud, you need to balance. So in cloud, you have different compute options from virtual machines, container functions. Balancing across these 3 can help you a lot in cost saving. You don't need to just focus on one thing. Containers, for example, can help you with scalability, can help you with having more better deployment. Functions can be even just for event-driven applications. In storage, you have now much more selections of disks that you select for versus what you have in your on-prem solutions. So now thinking about, do I really need SSDs in each and every machine, or HDDs can be helpful? Do I really need to have everything ready in the hot blob storage, or maybe think about tiering them, like the archived, like the old transactions, keep it in the cold tier, for example, and save more cost on this. In the database options, you can think about, as I mentioned, in the managed type, you can think about open source databases, you can think of NoSQL databases, which can even help you reduce more, because the way that they are structured. Think about building read replicas. I know I'm running fast, but we stopped multiple times, so just feel free if you have any questions, just ask me after. Think about using read replicas. If your application is more read intensive, you can split for read replicas, make it more efficient, and keep the writing on just one node. Archiving, I worked with one customer who was showing me huge consumption on SQL, and when we go back and check, they said, like, we have transactions for the last 7 years. So why do we keep transactions in the live database for the last 7 years? Oh, it's auditing. Okay, I'm not saying you to delete that. Just archive it, keep it in the back end, and let the database and indexes will perform much better. Think of, in the microservices perspective, you don't need to use one type of databases. Each microservice can have its own database, so you can mix and match from these options, depending on what the application is doing, what you really want out of this application. You don't need to just stay in this relationship with the cloud just because you paid for your honeymoon. So think about having event-driven architecture. Do your application benefit from those event-driven things? It's more cost-effective solutions. It's just paying, in event-driven applications, you're just paying for your outcome. You're not paying for your uptime. So when an event occurs, take that, store the message in a queue, and there is a function behind that got triggered from that queue, and you just pay for that small milliseconds that your function is running, and maybe that's all what you need. Maybe I have a product that's running now in one of the cloud providers, and when it's idle, it's just costing me $1 a month. And it's using OpenAI, it's using AI, it's using databases in the back end, it's using multiple things, but it's all event-driven. Make sure to use and choose the right fit for your solution. Sometimes we as techies just go select the tools that reflects our ambition, what we want to learn, what we want to know, not what really the task is for. So you need to check something like the demand profiles, the RPO, the RTO of your solution, the team skills that you have. Do they really need to know? Do I retrain the whole people on Kubernetes, for example, to do something that's two instances of my containers? Data gravity is one option. And once you have that, you keep assessing. It's a complete loop. So you keep assessing your business KPIs. Are we hitting the targets that the business wants from us? Are we good on the cost to value? Are we having good customer satisfaction? How's the delivery frequency? Are we able to deliver faster to the market? Are we following or complying with the compliance that we have from our customers? And at some point of time, it could be like the breakup time. That's fine. A lot of customers may move to on-prem solutions, but even with that, you can consider hybrid solutions. So some of the solutions may be fit better for your on-prem, but maybe the new applications, the new ideas that you want to make, cloud could be better. Some of the data is already reside for compliance reasons. They want them to be in your data center, but not all your applications will fit that, and in that case, cloud will be a good option. You don't need to break the cloud heart. Finally, if I have 3 more minutes, so if your relation went bad, so there are always AI agents that can help. And to run those AI agents, cloud can be a very good place to run AI agents. How many of you have GPUs running in their companies, in their on-prem data center? No one in the room. There are still companies do have GPUs in their data center. I think unless you're like just a very big company, that's a waste of money. And unless you have like a steady consumption also. All the cloud providers that I'm aware of, they offer serverless hosting for these models. So you can host something like GPT-5 or GPT-4 or Cloud Sonnet or anything like that for free. You just get paid for the tokens in and out of this solution. you only pay for the consumed tokens. So if you're not having traffic, you're not paying anything, and you're saving yourself a lot of thousands and thousands of GPUs as a company. I know a lot of companies just running those for their HR agent bot, which like, okay, you don't need to buy a complete GPU to do that. You can also use different models for different tasks. If you wanted to host all these models in your on-prem or in your data center, that's a lot of money and a lot of dedication. In the cloud, they're available. They just route the different traffic, different models to different models. And finally, you can do reservations and batches. And even if you have like steady commitment in production, for example, you can use those PTUs or reserved instances from the cloud or reserved consumption from the cloud to have like a dedicated something for you based on your consumption layer. I'm right on time? Just 30 seconds, so I think I'm good. I ran fast. Really, thank you for staying. I wish we could have more, but if you have any questions, let's talk about it later. Thank you. Oops. Oh, sorry, I can bring it back. Quickly.
Thank you for having me today. My name is Thanasin Vividwan. My name just maybe it's just quite weird to hear because I just come from the Thailand, Southeast Asia. The reason that I am here today because I just joined CYC last year, and after that, couple of months, maybe my mom just passed away here, and this time I just talked with Danny. I have the appointment with the medical center to pick up my mom ashes to back to the Thailand, and I have something to share with the people here. So that's why I am here for today. Okay. My background is about the software engineer. I built the software a lot with several programming language. So this is my GitHub. Maybe you can follow this. I promise to update the code base that I just provide to my as doing in my free time to share with you. So this session is about the half of the software development and half of historical, something just like the history of the Java and JVM, something like that. I am 44 years old this year. I work in the software field a lot, about 22 years in the software field. So I start with the Java since Java 2, and on that time Java has the bad performance compared to other language, something just like PHP or something like that. It's Java always the victim that in case we have the problem about the garbage collector or something like that. So I'm really interested about the GraalVM because I think the GraalVM is something just like about the new era of the Java programming, something like that. This is the architecture of the JVM that in the past, before the Java 17, before the GraalVM just introduced, they have a lot of stacks, something like that. And one more thing that is a key of the JVM bad performance is about the JIT compiler, because JIT compiler is the name. The JIT just stands for about the just in time. Just in time means something just like the code will be compiled, will be executed. Not all of the code may be compiled on that time. Just compile the things that will use to initialize, and it has the profiler to check that okay, the next code will be executed is what, something like that. Compared to the GraalVM that use AOT ahead of time, they just compile all of the code and put the code into the text area of the programming, and it put the heap into the data section. So they have a lot better performance a lot compared to the just in time, something like that. Okay, compare about the JIT and AOT. The compilation time JIT is has a less time than AOT because they just compile initial code that required to start up the program. compared to the AOT. In case that the people just use how many people here just use the GraalVM before? Okay. For the GraalVM, it takes a lot of time to build because it just compile a lot of things in your code in the one time. The performance of the startup, JIT slower startup is slower compared to the AOT because the AOT just compile and put everything into the program. And it not need to do the profiler during the running and during the runtime, and the heap size maybe just not vary compared to the JIT. For the AOT, maybe you will not face something just like the out-of-memory exception compared to the traditional Java, because the traditional Java maybe just consume the memory that sufficient to start up the program first. In case that it needs more memory, it just acquire more memory in the runtime. But for the AOT, it just put everything and call the allocate memory and CPU, everything into the application at the start. Runtime performance, it can be customized dynamically because it do the profiling in the runtime, and compared to the AOT, it just fix optimization because it do everything at first. But the disadvantage of the AOT is something just about the size, because the JIT just check about the code that you need to execute before running, and just select only the code that used at that time. But AOT, every library, everything that just required in the program, in your program, it will be combined into your application. So that's why AOT binary will be larger than binary than JIT, something like that. For portability, JIT, I think in my idea, I think it would be the same, but for the JIT, something just like you run under the virtual machine, and you just put the virtual machine into the destination. So portability will be easy because you can use your Java class file distribute along among the destination machine, something like that. But AOT, you have to compile to fit to the specific OS, something like that. But I think for now, the GraalVM maybe support all of the OS, something just like Mac, Windows, and Linux, something like that. Memory usage, AOT will do better than JIT that I just told you before, because it's just calculate and call allocate the memory before it's compile, something like that. Okay, so the next is about, the GraalVM for now, maybe it's not support only for the Java. GraalVM is support the several language, something just like JavaScript, Ruby, R, Python, and C, and Rust also. You can see the TOEFL image that in this area, because the key things is about it just use the TOEFL language to compile all of the programming, all of this program into the into the abstract code, and this abstract code will run as a native, something like that. So for now, it allows you to write your program in the Java, but call the library in the Python or something like that. Sometimes maybe you just feel, how can I say, just feel jealous for the Python in case that most of the machine learning library or most of the mathematic library just implement in the Python, but not implement in the Java. But for the GovVM, maybe that boundary is just collapse because we can use the GovVM to call the Python library via the GovVM API, something like that. This is a process inside of the GovVM that use the application library and JDK and substrate VM that compile from the GovVM to process inside of the JVM to do the pointer analysis, something like that, and put the code into the text section of the application. In the application that run in every OS, it separate into the many sections. One of them is about the text section. It will use the filter the code that used for the application and store into the text section. And about the data memory or something like that will be put into the data section and combine it together to make the application. From my slide, maybe you just confused about the Spring Native. Spring Native is something just like about the Spring framework that combine the GovVM at the first. But for now, Spring Native is the GovVM is already represented in the Spring Boot version 3. You can use the GovVM if you use the Spring Boot version 3. This is inside Spring Native also, something just like, it's quite same to the Java application, but it just includes the Spring framework that we used in the Spring Boot into the program, into the output, something like that. But in this case, if you just take a look into the YouTube to see about the many things about the GovVM, you can see some funny example that use the Spring Boot to print Hello World into the screen. But normally Hello World maybe just use the size about the kilobyte, but Spring Boot it's allow 60 or 40 megabytes because it just put all the Spring Boot library together into the application, something like that. Yes, but the next thing is about the process to create the Spring AOT and Spring Native like this. I may skip this to show about the reason of the use the GovVM and Spring Native for the cloud first. Because in the cloud, if you use a traditional Java, the size, the library or something like that maybe take a lot, consume a lot in the cloud. But for the Spring Native and GovVM, it runs fast and it uses the low resource usage because we can predict about the size that and the memory that just consume at first. It can be prevent the out of memory exception that we found in the cloud or we found in the application, and we have to allocate more the memory to support to support our application in cloud, something like that. And it's just compact about the packaging because we can specify the cloud native that fit to the application to make it easier for the compact to make it easier to package something like that. Anyway, this is a memory usage that they just compare with the JDK 11 and the Core VM in case of the running in the multiple instance for the one process, two process, and 3-4 process. Maybe you can see that it's quite same. It not take a lot. It not take a lot of the memory. It not consume a lot of the resource higher than the single process compared to the JVM. Compared to JDK 11. In case of the 4 process, it take around more than 4 times of the single process, something like that. Anyway, the disadvantage of the Core VM is something just like about the build time. This is the data that I just got from the research last year. Something just like if you use the 2 vCPU with the 4 GB RAM, in case that you use the Spring framework, maybe you have to use something just like actuator into your library to check the health of your application. You need to use the SLF4j or log4j to do the logback. And you can use the JTA, something like that, maybe you can to communicate with the database. All of them together maybe take time around 10 minutes to build. But currently, I think our laptop may be upgrade than before. I think it allows 8 or 16 CPU with the 16 GB and 32 GB. It maybe consume the time around 2 to 6 minutes. I think it's not bad for now compared to the recent year before. So anyway, I make the application to use the Core VM with the Java. This is an application that I just built to snapshot the screen, the client screen. This create from the Java and Core VM. You can see something just like my application name is Tailbox. But in case that if I just use only the Java, when you just do something just like top in the top command to check, or use the task manager to see, you will see the Java because the application is a Java and your code is just something just like inside the Java. But in the Core VM, I just transform my Java class into the exe Windows exe file. So this is a output of the application. I just use the Java swing library to do the how can I say, to do the front end into in this application. And the next thing I have to show is about to share the screen. I need to start my front end first. This is my personal server. That's why I just use the root to connect. Maybe it's not good practice to use the to SQL shell with the root. Okay. So. Okay, this is the front end that I just developed from the React, and the agent that I just built from the GraalVM is a thing that sends the screen via the WebSocket. I used my GraalVM to snapshot something just like the requirement of my client is something just like about to snapshot to monitor the client machine real time without something just like without warning or something like that. Because if I just choose the WebRTC, it maybe ask the client to allow them to share the screen first. And for the RTMP protocol, I think maybe slower than this. So I just use the protocol algorithm that capture the screen as an image and send to the server as the stream. So you can see that it's similar to the AnyDex that I just showed you before. And all of this is built from the Java and GraalVM. Yeah. So anyway, I didn't put this code into the my GitHub for now, but I promised you that I will share this code to you later after this session. Okay. Anyway, thank you so much, and sorry that for my nervous and bad English also. Okay, thank you so much, and finally, this is my mom, and this is her ash that I just picked up from the UT Southern yesterday. So it would be good that you just pray for her to keep the rest in the heaven, something like that. Thank you so much.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thank you for coming here for this Java Spring Boot for microservices. So today I'm going to talk about Java Spring Boot for microservices, and these are all the agendas where is what is microservices and architecture and communication between services and Java Spring Boot. I know pretty much from morning onwards, you guys are watching about Java Spring Boot, right? So I will also explain whatever I learned or whatever I did it in the past few years, okay? So totally I have 20 years of experience in IT industry where I was involved in multiple programming languages. It's all in need, okay? So initially I started with VB, Visual Basic, then I moved to Java, and currently I'm doing something in .NET and Python also. So why I choose Java is that because Java, currently I'm mentoring one company in offshore that is in Chennai. This is the VAMTech, where they are using Java Spring Boot for some of the microservices. So that's why I choose Java track for this CYC. Let's get started. So what is microservices? I know pretty much everybody knows about microservices. It's a small component and autonomous services, right? So it is not coupled to each other, right? You can develop single-handedly. It won't depend upon any other services, right? So I think the microservices, my understanding, everybody, when we talk about microservices, everybody tell about Amazon, okay? Because they're the pioneer for this microservices. They do order service, payment service, user service, all the services, they put it in microservices. But I don't know whether they are using Java Spring Boot, but I'm going to talk about Java Spring Boot. So the key benefits of microservices are faster deployment and agility. So let's say if I'm taking an user service, I can do the changes and deploy it without any interferences to the other services, right? I'm not going to, it won't be interfered with other services. It's directly going to be deployed and implemented. And microservices is helpful for technology flexibility and decoupling. So previously there is an architecture called monolithic architecture. I know pretty much everybody knows about that. So it has a single code base. So everything dumped in a single code base, like all the database, all the code, all the services together has been combined in a single code base. That is where we have been using for, I don't know, before 10 years. But now, I think past few years, we have been using microservices. So the technology decoupling, what I meant to say is that I can create a services in Java and .NET, Python, any languages, but I can interlink to each other. The request can be created in Java, and response I can get it through .NET, get it from the .NET, and I can interlink to each other. That's where they call it as technology flexibility and decoupling for the microservices. And independent scalability. So the independent scalability is nothing but you can scale the services to your need. Like, see, during festival period, right, my understanding, right, most of the people order through Amazon, right? You need to scale that service, okay? And you need to add multiple instances. That's where I know the cloud comes into picture. So you need to scale the instances to make sure that it gives the response properly to the customers, right? So the containers and Kubernetes, Dockers, you need to have the multiple instances to make sure that the responses are coming in ease. There won't be any latencies. That's the main intent for independent scalability. And easier maintenance and updates. So since it's a single service, autonomous, I can update the code easily and update it. So that's why. And resilience and isolation is like, let's say 100 requests are going, but you're not getting any responses. So what will happen to the resilience is that it will stop the request till it becomes to normal process. It will stop it. Once it becomes into normal process, then you'll get the response to the services. So that is where we are going to use this microservices. And this is what microservices architecture, okay? API gateway. API gateway is nothing but a port. So since if you're using cloud means you'll be using port with the cloud machines and all those stuff. But if you're using local host, you'll be using local host with the port number. And service registry is nothing but you're registering the port number and everything to a register, the server name. And databases, you can have a multiple databases. So it's all like microservices supported multiple database. I mean, one service use SQL and other service use PostgreSQL, and like that you can use multiple databases. Communication and like there is two kinds like synchronous and asynchronous. Synchronous is like lot of people are using that REST API. Asynchronous is messaging. Okay, so messaging is like event driven. Okay, event driven in sense. Let's say I was in one of my previous clients where this event driven architecture was deployed, and I was validating that. So event driven is like whenever you enroll to one application, so the application will trigger one event. So the event will contain all the details of your name, first name, last name, and all the details, and it will send to the other application. Let's say you want to put it in a payment application, but first you need to get the enrollment data, right? So payment application, how it get the enrollment data is that the enrollment data will trigger the event with the payment enrollment details, and payment application will fetch the event request and get the response from the event application and feed it into the payment application. That is what we got it as an event-driven architecture. And authentication authorization. So this is most of the applications uses this authentication and authorization where OAuth token and JWT token, because it's all security related thing, because nowadays people are looking for all APIs and everything should be secured enough, right? And configuration management, like so if you are doing for multiple environments like prod, pre-prod, QA environment, dev environment, so we need to maintain that in a different machines and maintain that system. So that is possible in microservices, and there is a concept called HashiCorp Vault and Kubernetes config secrets. So they maintain this username and passwords in a secret way. So that is why we are using that point. And monitoring and logging. So this is most important point, because whenever any transaction starts, we need to monitor it, because we will be coming to know that if any failures happens, we need to monitor it. So that is where this monitoring. And CI/CD pipeline, that is the portion of this cloud. So we do all the CI/CD pipeline that is supported by microservices. And orchestration and containerization is related to the data cloud, which is done for microservices. So going to the next point is that communication between services. As I was telling, that synchronous communication and asynchronous, right? Mostly nowadays people are started using asynchronous. Synchronous is just a request, you get it, and you run the response, right? That's the REST API, whatever we are. Whatever I'm going to demo also with the REST API, which is a small demo with the Spring Boot tool. Asynchronous is like event-driven, as I was telling that, right? So whenever any enrollment happen, it will trigger an event. So there is multiple tools are there. Kafka, RabbitMQ, and IAB, and multiple tools are there. API gateway, this is also similar. Service registry is Eureka server. They maintain the service registry. I will be showing this. API gateway is nothing but a single point endpoint. You give port number with the machine name, right? In real time, you will be giving machine name with the port number, which indicates that machine and where the server is there, and it will hit it and get the response. And security and resilience is most of the same thing. Like we'll be using OAuth, JWT token, and all those stuff. So that is for security. So coming to Spring Boot, I know I'm very fast, but these are all few things which you guys need to understand before microservices. So Spring Boot is a popular framework which Java has been built, and it is almost for past few years. But now it is moved to 4.3 version. So why we use Spring Boot is that it has like all the, it's a boilerplate, they call it as a boilerplate. It's a ready-made kitchen, okay, with all the details are available, like configuration, you can do it. This only thing is that the dependencies will be available within the Java Spring Boot. Auto configuration is very simple. And data access is also very simple because there are multiple dependencies within the Spring Boot where you can import and do that. And the REST controllers, these are all involved within the Spring Boot. So it is very easy to deploy it and configure it. And then you need to work on the logic alone. So only writing the business logic, it will take time. Whereas the rest of the dependencies, configuration, it is very simple in Spring Boot. That is why we are going with the Java Spring Boot. So the same advantages is like faster deployment and development and deployment, simplified configuration. That is what I told, right? So we have to just configure it and deploy it and test it. And it's ready-made cloud native, okay? So there are multiple dependencies like Amazon, AWS, Azure, all the dependencies are there here. Just you need to pull it up, the dependencies, and add it to here so that you can run the cloud version of this details has been applied in the Spring Boot, and then you can call the machine names for each servers and clients. And microservicing is simple here, so that is why we are using Java. I will be showing the demo. And increase the productivity. Since we are not going to work on the configuration, right? So Java Spring Boot gives all the details inbuilt thing, so you don't need to work on the configuration specifically. So let me go to the demo. So I just created a sample demo piece where it has order service, product service, and login service, sign-in service. So everybody knows about Eureka server. That is the server. There are multiple servers. So Java Spring Boot has that Eureka server to configure and run through the services. And there are Netflix services are there. And I created this product DB and order DB, right? This is built by the Java Spring Boot automatically. I didn't do anything. So there is a dependency which if you add it, and if you give just the name, the database is created in the backend database. But you need to give the host name and all the details to that. Let me go through it so you will understand what I'm. So when we start the project, right, you need to go and start with the Java Spring Boot Spring Starter project. So once you start here, once you click next, you can add the dependencies, okay? So these are all the few dependencies, like if you want to have a AA, that is what I think one of the session we are talking, right? The Spring AA, you can add the Spring AAs here, the Open AA, all the AAs you can add it, whatever is need for your project. And Eureka Discovery Client, you can add a server to that. JPA is for database, and security for auth token, and web for the web client. So I'm going to talk only related to the backend, not to the front end, because it's all for the microservices, right? So I'll be talking only related to the backend section of the project. So I created a project for that. So this is the Eureka server. Once you create the Eureka server properties, you need to give the properties, application properties, where you need to mention the server port number. So if you are putting the server in the client or cloud machine, you need to mention all the details here, okay? Since I'm going to use for local host, I'm just giving the local host and give the server port here. And coming to the demo application, it's just a server. And since it's a server, I'm just giving enable Eureka server. So since it's a server, right? So we are making it as a server, so you just need to add it, and that's it. That is very simple for Eureka server. So if at all, if you are using any other servers or a Netflix server or anything, you just need to do the same thing. Coming to the order service, let me start with the sign-in service because that's where I'm going to start with it. So for sign-in service, same thing, login controller, where I'm going to give the login details, username and password. First thing, registering, right? Registering, you just need to write the logic to make sure that it accepts that it will create the token for new login. That is why this response token is generated, the authenticated token. And registration, you just register it. So if it's registered successfully, you will be getting this registered successfully. And login request, these are all the username and password, the login request details we are giving here. And register request, the same thing. Login request and register request, I'm using the same parameters. And this is the getter setter method. So I know pretty much from Java side, you know that getter setter method, right? So you'll be defining the parameters using the getter setter method. So this is how you define it. So this is related to username registration, sign-in methodology. And going to the order service, here I'm going to use the REST template authentication. There are multiple, there are web client object is there, OpenFeign is there. So I'm using a REST template for this. And similarly, this is a client, right? So you need to enable the client. So since all the three services are client, so you need to call the annotation enable discovery client. And so REST template configuration where you need to mention that how it is integrated with the microservices and how the authentication works here. So those things you have to give it here. Like, so once you need to log into this order service means you need to pass on your auth token. So that is where you are giving this auth token here and accepting the order controller. So these are all pretty much the same. So if you want to get the product details, you need to pass on the product ID and get the product details. And if you want to order the product ID, you can order the product. So first thing is that get by product ID. So product ID, how many products are there? So those details will be there. And this is the database connections. DTO is nothing but database. What you see is the database. And this is similarly the getter setter. This is the parameters which I am passing here. These are all the parameters which I am passing here. So how this workflow works is that I'm a new user. If I sign into the product, sign into the application, I will be registering first. Once I register it, once I log in, the auth token will be created. Using that auth token, I need to go to the order page and order it. Or if I want to add the product, I'll be adding the products. So this is the product services. Same thing. Here also we are passing the auth token to log into the product page. See, think in real-time world. Okay, since it's a backend, I'm just going through the services. In the front end, if you see that, sign in and log in, and the product page, order page. If I want to sign in, once I sign in, I will be getting an auth token. Using that auth token, I will be going to the order page, and then I will be going to the product page to all the actions. So, but this is the backend where the product controller will have all the details, like so what product has to be added and find all the products. If there is no product is found, I'm returning the product not found. So here I'm passing the secret key, so those details has to be passed. I know it's pretty much complicated when you start the programming, but we have to make sure that this fields has been passed down and the auth token has to be filled and all those details has to be given to make sure that this is working. Let me run this project. So first thing we have to run as a okay. First I am running the server. It will take some time. Give me some time. The server is running. So once I run it, I'll be checking whether the server is enabled or not. I don't think so. Yeah, so the server is started. So you can see that server is started here. So now I'm going to run the other services. Let me run the sign-in services. This is a client, right? So it is pointed to the 80. I'll be giving the port number in the application repositories. Okay. So which port number we have to give it to the project, we have to give it here. So let me run it and then see. So once I run the sign-in page, you'll be seeing that in the server. Let me show that to you. Yeah, it's already used. I'm just checking whether I can change the port number. Let me try with a different port number, 8083. I think it worked out. Yeah, so once I run the service, right, you will be seeing that whether the service is enabled or not in the server. So this is how the service is enabled here. And let me run other service, product service. Let me check what, okay, 8081. Let me see if it is running or not. If not, then we'll change the port number. Okay, I think product service accepted the port number. But in real time, you need to give the proper machine name. If it's in a cloud machine, you need to give the cloud machine details here. And run as. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is how you need to run it out. I will show the sample how the response will be. So once you register it, I will first show the register URL. When you run the Postman here, right? If this register, right, it will show that user registered successfully. Then you need to sign in. Once you sign in, you will be getting this auth token. This token will be generated. So you need to utilize this token for every other action in the other pages. Then only it will be acceptable. So this is where the security comes into picture. Okay. So without that, you need to pass the Barrett token here. So once you pass the Barrett token here, then this service will be. I didn't run it out, but I'm just showing it. Okay. I will run the sign in alone if it's running or not. Just okay. Sorry for that. Oh, okay. I think something else. Okay, I need to give 8083. Yeah, so since my user is already there, I'm just giving that. And I'm going to use for sign in also. It's also 8083. I'm just changing the port number. So I'm getting the token. So I need to use this token and run all this product by ID and all this stuff. Since time limit, I'm just showing this. If I give the product ID here, it will list the name and all the details here. And if you want to add the product, you can add the products here. Okay. And same get orders, like how many orders came through that day, something like that you can run through this Postman. So this is how the microservices has been done. So for each of the things, right, for each of the services, right, I created a separate tables here, separate database, not tables. So whenever you want to change that, any change to the services, you will be using it. And let me wrap it up fast. Okay. Okay. So there are a few challenges in microservices. So I think this will explain. I will upload this slide in the portal, and then this will help you to understand that. So main thing is that latency and failures. Okay, that is most important thing because nobody wants to get their order very late, right? So they want to do that very fastly. So you need to use separate tools like Spring Cloud, OpenFeign. I was telling, right? I was using REST template. This OpenFeign will be faster. It has interrelated to the services. And the data management, security, these are all the few things we have to follow it up to make sure that your microservices runs with the proper way. Okay. Thank you, guys. I think I'll try to demo it properly, but I don't have time. But thank you, guys.
I work for a company called TTC Global. I'm going to talk about testing and specifically testing a Java application. I want to do this in really kind of 5 little sections. I want to set the stage a little bit, so we'll talk a little bit about what the context is, why we were testing, what we did. I want to talk about the importance of implementing quality intelligence, understanding what the current state of the application was. We'll talk about building AI workflows. So once we knew where we were, we knew we had to change things. How do you change things quickly and at scale? We used AI. I'll talk about some of the challenges we had, mistakes we made, places we failed, and then what ended up succeeding, which was kind of leveraging MCP. I'm going to finish with a couple tips about how you can do similar things at your organization using open source tools, okay? So this is a case study. It's not meant to be a product pitch. Instead of what I want to do is show you what we did, the lessons we learned, and how you can use similar tools to do things yourself, okay? So with that, let's talk and kind of set the stage a little bit. So touch context, this is a slide my marketing team says I have to include in every single deck. This is the company I work for, what we do. Fundamentally, we are a company that helps with QA and testing challenges, okay? And that's important because that explains why a client would come talk to us. In this case, it was a large global bank. Their team was in London, but they work mostly in Europe. And this bank had challenges specifically with their high-value payments platform. So this is the platform that was responsible for transferring money and amounts of money greater than 250,000 euros at one time. So if this got something wrong, the price was really high right away, right? This is the kind of application where quality really matters. And they were having issues in production. And so that's why they reached out to us, right? We need a specialist to come in, look at what we're doing, look at how we're testing, figure out how we can improve and do things better, because this can't continue. So our approach when you're working with large banks, especially, bringing in new tools is a painful process. Banks are meant to manage risk. They're not meant to move quickly. They never move quickly. So our approach was to try and use the tools that were already in place, see if we could fix the practices and the processes, and to start by understanding where they actually were. So this is a large application, the payments platform. The base code they got from another vendor was about 20 million lines of Java code. On top of that, they had their custom rule set. And their custom rule set they had ported from an in-house application. Their custom rule set was over 1 million extra lines of code just for them. At that kind of scale, no one understood totally how it worked or exactly everything it was supposed to do, right? So first we had to figure out where we are. Then we had to figure out what we're going to do about it. The last little bit of context, I'm not going to talk through all this. This is a slide I often use when I'm talking to teams about what a quality engineering platform looks like. These are all the tools I would typically recommend that you have some kind of thing in place for. In this case, I'm going to focus on really 2, maybe 2.5, 3 things. The first is unit testing. I want to talk about unit testing in part because we're a developer conference. So when you're talking to developers, what do they know about testing? They know unit testing. It's also where most QE folks know nothing about. And so it's really important to emphasize, no, this is part of what we do too. And you'd be thinking about it. The second is quality intelligence. Understanding what your tests do, what parts of the code they cover, which tests cover what parts, so that you can make intelligent choices about what tests to run as you make changes, and where your test gaps are. And the last thing is a kind of dashboard in AI workflows. So this is a new one, but I think what I'm seeing is that AI has already impacted software development. The latest DORA report said that 90% of all developers are using some kind of AI assistant in their work. The only way that your QE teams are going to be able to keep up with developers using AI is to use AI as well. And so that's what we'll talk about, okay? So let's talk about first kind of understanding where we were, quality intelligence. So what we used and what we built fundamentally was a tool that built these things called tree maps. And these tree maps, are a visual representation of your code base. So every rectangle here is a method. Methods that are linked in the same class are linked together and close together geographically. The color codes we'll come back to later, but I put this screenshot up so you could see every square in here can be linked to an actual source, and we have critical information. What is it? When did it last change? And then we'll also talk, when was it last tested? By linking all that information together, you can make a lot more intelligent things. And if you click on any of those squares, you can always drill back into the actual source code, overlaid with the kind of quality static analysis information and code smells, right? So this is the start of that, but this is our demo application. So if you guys have seen the kind of DigiBank demo application, that's what this is. It's maybe not so interesting. Why don't I show you what they actually look like and what that map looks like for a 20 million line code application. This is the actual map. So this is your high value payments. And I mentioned colors here. Green indicates something is tested, and gray indicates something that isn't tested at all. So this is what their unit test tested. And their unit test tested, they were able to get with their unit test about 28% coverage. Now, I don't think 100% coverage is ever possible or going to be guaranteed or likely, but there's some, let's say, some room for improvement here. So we also looked, hey, that's the unit test. What about their functional test? Is that better? This is the map of the functional tests. Their functional test covered 19% of their code base. Also, some gaps, right? Quick little quiz. If the unit test covered 28%, the functional test covered 19%, how much of the total application was covered? About 40%. Why? Because half of the functional tests that they did tested things which are already being tested at the unit test level. So one of the things that quality intelligence can give you is a clear view of where you're wasting effort, right? Are we testing things that maybe are not important and are already being well tested? The other thing that quality intelligence gives you is this. This is a map of the latest release. What you can see here, all the gray squares are code that hasn't changed. Now, code that hasn't changed, that's in production, is being tested every day by real live users. Things that are green are classes that are new or modified that have been tested. Things that are yellow, methods have been modified. Red, newly introduced methods or classes. Okay? So if you're thinking about a 20 million line of code application where you've got 40% coverage and you say, how are we going to improve? It seems like a giant mountain. Instead, what we focus on with quality intelligence tools is what are the things that are the gaps we have to test now for this release. And this makes it possible to get high quality testing on super large applications without breaking the bank, right? Because we always run out of time or money to test well before we run out of things we can test. Okay, so that's where we were. That's great. How do we improve? Our solution was we needed characterization tests. You guys know characterization tests? So characterization testing came out of a really great book called Working with Legacy Code. And what it is a test that tries to nail down what the application currently does. Not if what it does is the right thing or the wrong thing, just so, hey, this is what it does, which means if it ever changes, tell me about it because I want to know, did I intend that change or not? So characterization tests are the first thing you add when you're working on a legacy system. Once you've got them, it's safe to refactor, it's safe to make modifications. You can say, hey, this changed, did you mean that? So how do we get those characterization tests? We said, can we use AI? The bank had an existing tool. I didn't write this in the slide. If you want to talk to me and ask me what the tool is, happy to talk about it. It used machine learning, and so it actually took the Java AST, and it analyzed it, and it used machine learning to figure out every possible logical path, and then to try and generate a unit test that would cover every single logical path in your code. It's really powerful, it wasn't being used. Why wasn't it being used? It wasn't being used because the code built by the lines of code that you passed into it. So if you fed it 20 million lines of code, they showed up and asked for millions of dollars. And no department had a budget of millions of dollars to spend on unit testing. So they had a tool approved, ready to go, that was going to solve their problem, and they weren't using it. So our first goal was, can we make the unit testing more cost effective? We know exactly which code we want to have tests for right now, right? Why don't we just pass just those things in? And we built that. It worked okay. The difficulty was if you pass in just one class and you don't pass in the classes that are related and dependent on it, you end up with unit tests that either don't compile or that don't work very well, right? And so as we started to pull in more and more things that were relevant and try and make that work, we actually asked another question: why can't we just use an LLM for this? Now, we didn't find this study when we tried to use an LLM, but I'll say that afterwards we said, oh, we invented a new thing, and I went to check the literature, and in fact, other people are doing this too. So what they found is, if instead of just using GitHub Copilot, you use a RAG structure where you feed in exactly the things that are relevant. And that means both the source code, but it also means things like, are you pulling in the requirements that were linked to that thing? How about the user stories that were linked to the change? Can you go back and track your task management tool? Can you track all that context together, feed all that in, and generate a better unit test? And they found, in fact, that if you did that, they were detecting more bugs, getting overall higher test coverage. That's what we did. I'll show you just an example of an AI workflow so you can get a bit of a feel for it. This workflow, it used to be called an ensemble model approach. Now that agentic AI is a thing, everyone will say, oh, these are agents, right? I'm not going to get too deep into arguing about that. The key thing here is this is not just a one-shot prompt. This is about saying, how can we gather data and then do one prompt to extract what's the kind of test do we need to plan here? And then get another set of data that's relevant and say, hey, what kind of testing libraries are being used? What kind of data structures are already in place? What annotation patterns are they using? Let's use those for this test. Because if you generate tests in TestNG to a product that has almost as unit tests in JUnit, they're probably not going to get merged, right? So make the patterns bigger. Another one looks at what mock objects already exist, do we need to bring in, and what's the approach for making mock objects that we can do. Same thing for a dependency mapper, the context analyzer. All that works together, builds a final prompt which generates unit tests. Those are passed to the developer, go through a human-in-the-loop review. And when we do that human-in-the-loop review, we also pass in context scores. So every one of those prompts is also scoring how confident are you about that you've got the relevant data, that the judgment calls you've made are good. And that information is presented to a developer to say, hey, this is the unit test. We're not sure if it's right. You should probably check it. Or these are tests that we're really confident about. We think you should feel safe, right? So that's about making sure that when you put a human in the loop, that you also give the human enough agency and information to make an informed decision, right? That again goes back into our CI/CD profiling, feeds into our test gap analysis, and we're able to iterate and drive through. It's pretty cool. We did a pilot. We actually measured our tests with mutation testing against the unit tests that were being built by human developers and that were being built by their competitive tool. We found out our tests, in fact, were better. They were catching more mutants. They were covering more code, way more cost effective. So that's like end of the story, happy days, right? Not completely. The problem is we built our workflow into our dashboard. So this is the dashboard screenshot. You can kind of see down there in the purple, that's where the workflow was. And that's cool, except developers don't actually like to go to third-party tools and investigate their code, right? And so what actually happened is we built it and no one came. So we did our POC, we launched it to teams, we did some training, we watched to see how many unit tests were built, and a couple months after introducing it, less than 10% of the developers we trained were actually still using it for their commits. And so we talked to them and said, like, what are you doing? They said, well, we're still using GitHub Copilot because it's not as good. I believe yours is better. It's, but this is right where I work. And so it's easier for me. So we said, oh, you want to use GitHub Copilot? Cool. We can build an MCP server that takes the data from GitHub Copilot, that passes it into our AI workflow and passes your data right back to you in your IDE, right? They were all using IntelliJ. And that's finally, literally, like we did that, built the MCP server over a weekend. That's when the tool took off. So what we're looking at now, for the last iteration cycle, more than 1,000 unit tests were generated from our tool, our workflows, right? In just the last sprint. And if we look at the number of developers that are using our workflows, it's not just the developers that we trained, it's in fact about double that. Which means every developer we train is telling some other developer on their team, hey, you should be using this. Here's how to do it. That to me is a sign that we've actually gone native. Like we've built a tool people want to use and are still using it. Okay, so that's what we did. Hopefully you can learn some lessons, or as Dave said earlier, you can learn from the scars, right? Don't put your developer tools on a website outside for them and say, oh, just go to this tool, it'll be great. How can you do this? Code coverage tools and test intelligence tools, there are lots in the market. If you look at the open source market, honestly, the best tool for the open source market is for Java developers. And so that's why it's really cool to be able to talk to you guys. How many of you guys have seen Drill4j? Anybody? Okay. If you're going to take screenshots of any of this stuff, take down the Drill4j. So Drill4j is an open source project. It's built by another consulting company called EPAM. I don't make any money off of that. But if you're doing Java work and you want to do this, start with Drill4j, right? It's free. The only reason you're not using it is you didn't know about it, right? And it includes a whole bunch of different things. It includes test agents to track which tests are running, so it knows which code was covered by which tests. Not just, hey, we got coverage on this function, but what code exactly is it? It's got application agents that start up at the same time in your JVM. It inspects and uses Jehogo to get your code coverage. It's got a CI/CD agent to make sure that you're registering every new build, and it's able to track and baseline build by build your code as it works. It's got a dashboard already built in with APIs that you can integrate. It's got quality gates so you can say, hey, don't publish this release to production if the newly changed code is tested at a level under this, right? So you can just implement those quality gates automatically in Drill4j. And finally, it's got test intelligence, which means it can tell you, hey, based on this change, here are the tests you need to run. If you're tired of your CI/CD tool taking a long time to run all those tests, and so maybe you're saying, maybe I can pull the functional tests out of there because it just takes too long, don't run the tests that don't matter. Only run the tests that are testing things that have actually changed. Again, you can do all of that. That's Drill4j. It's free. Go check it out. But you want to do the AI stuff too. For the AI stuff, there's not a great open source project here. What I would say is that AI workflows are dramatically easier if you embrace MCP, okay? So before MCP, you're going to be going and using like lang chains. You're going to be designing the flow yourself, and every step of that workflow is code you have to write. All the data from one API to the next API, from one system to the next, you've got to write a shared data model and transform it to different systems and how they work. MCP lets an AI LLM do all that work for you. You just tell the tool, hey, this is how you get data from this system. Here's how you connect data from this system. Look for it here, do that, okay? So with MCP, it is so much easier. You can move so much faster. The final thing I'll say if you're trying to build this, this is an internal diagram. This is what we've built so far, and then all the different systems we wanted to integrate. Now, for every one of these kind of types of tools, there isn't just like one tool in the market, okay? There's 10, 15. different clients have different combinations of all of this. So I don't believe any vendor is going to be able to make the great AI workflow tool for all testing, development, and QA. No one person, because all these systems are different, and from kind of customer to customer, they're using different ones, the amount of work to integrate all the key ones is going to be too much. They're going to build on demand for clients. And if they're going to build it on demand, you can build it yourself just as well, right? So if you're thinking about this, you want to talk about it, I'd love to chat some more with you. I've put my email address and LinkedIn URL. If you want to talk to me about it, please reach out. Love to chat with you about it. I think we got about 3 minutes, so we got a couple minutes for questions. Any things you want to talk about?
What is the difference between Read4G and SonarQube?
SonarQube layers static analysis checks. It doesn't do a good job of layering test coverage and linking tests to different things. So Drill4j is both looking at the coverage of testing and which test did it. Was it a unit test, an integration test, a functional test, a performance test? So you can record exactly what type of test it is and exactly which test out of the 100 that you ran was the one that covered this. And so SonarQube just doesn't have that structure for it. Yeah. Good question. Thanks, Angela. Anybody else got a question? No? Okay. Well, then we will give you a couple of minutes to figure out where to get to the next workshop, or if you're staying here, maybe you need to go get a drink, something. Thanks so much, everybody.
Yeah, I'm a long-suffering New York Mets fan. I'm originally from New York. And oh, it's terrible, terrible. Okay. All right, let's get started. So my name is Ted M. Young, and that M is really important because there's another Ted Young who's also in tech, who also lives in the San Francisco Bay Area where I am now. So Ted M. Young, that's who I am. I am a Java trainer, coach, live coder. I do lots of live coding on stream, so you can get all the information on the links up here. And I've been a software developer for well, I'm old. So I've been working for companies like Google and Apple and eBay. And throughout my career, I don't know how I got there's this term test infected. Like, testing is really, really important to me. I have to test things. And I want automated tests. I want to tell me if I make a change, did I break anything? Like, there's nothing more anxiety-provoking than you make a change, and you have no idea if you've broken something. It looks okay to me, right? It looks good to me. Meanwhile, you've just injected a bug. And so for the longest time, I've always looked for ways to think about how do we make our systems and our code bases more amenable to testing. So this presentation actually comes from, I have a full course that's 4 days long on how to do this with lots of hands-on stuff. So we'll see how good a job I do in compressing it. So why is it? Let's see. There we go. Always something goes wrong with when you plug in. So test feedback is really important, right? Being able to make a change and either have a test or modify a test if you do test first, and have the code then change to make sure the test passes. Getting that fast feedback is really important, right? If I run a test and it takes less than a second, I'm going to be running that pretty frequently, which means the second I make a mistake, I will find out. Literally, the second I make a mistake, I will find out if it's a mistake or not, right? I'll find out a test will fail. The longer it takes, the less likely you're going to run it. Maybe I won't run it today. Maybe I won't run it this week. Maybe I'll wait till it goes into continuous integration. Who the heck knows? So fast feedback is really important. And one of the ways of doing that is to figure out, well, what makes things slow? What makes things difficult to do? So that's about the testing part. And the architecture, well, what is architecture, right? Often a question that comes up. Architecture in this context is about organization of code. So organization of code is what goes where. And it's not just which folders do I have, what do I name them, how do I organize them, but also what goes inside of each individual class. And so the other thing that we talk about when we talk about architecture is what I call deployment or operational. What are the artifacts? Are we doing microservice? Do we have a monolith? Hopefully it's modular. Where does that go? Where do we distribute it? And often the terms about these kinds of things are confused. So I'm here to tell you the original meaning of layers is this. How do we organize our code? This stuff is tiers. They are not the same thing. Tiers are not layers. Tiers are not layers. If you take one thing out of this presentation, tiers are not layers. Hopefully you'll take more. So we're going to focus on how code gets organized. Because writing tests can be hard because classes are poorly organized and they often mix logic, right? The logic is what the business cares about. The rules, what do we want it to do, when do we want it to do it, why is it doing it? And I/O, which in a sense, like, the business doesn't care about. I don't care where you get that stuff. Do you store it in a CSV file? Do you store it in a database? We could care less. Make it work, make it fast. And so classes tend to be poorly organized with having too much state, too many responsibilities, methods that are too long. Mixing logic and I/O is problematic because I/O is not just a file or network. It's anything relating to infrastructure, hardware, and framework. I have a whole course on that first part, so we're going to focus on the second part. So I/O
I'm going to use this term very generally. I/O is anything that runs outside of the current process you're in, right? So if you're in Java, you're running on a JVM, anything that's outside the JVM is I/O, because in order to communicate with that, you have to do I/O. And so that means hardware, right? System clock, what time is it? What day is it? That's I/O. You're asking for something that's outside your process. Random numbers, local files, remote services over HTTP, et cetera. Databases, whether they're in memory or not, right? If you're using an in-memory database, maybe using SQLite or good old H2, these are out of process it. And any other process that might be running. Frameworks are kind of interesting. So frameworks like Spring or maybe Quarkus or others, they do a lot of the other stuff that we see above here behind the scenes sometimes. I consider them I/O. And so we want to keep things separated. So I came up with this catchy acronym. No, it's not. It's terrible. Which stands for Separating Concerns of I/O and Non-I/O for Testability. Does not exactly roll off the tongue, and so that's why I call this testable architecture. And there are a bunch of patterns, or a bunch of architectural patterns that we can look at. So who's heard of clean architecture? Yeah, pretty popular. Hexagonal, that's my favorite. Onion, yeah, some of you. Imperative shell functional core, oh, couple, impressive. Boundary controller entity. That's an, yes. How many of, if you've been around for 30, 40 years, you know this one. And this one is called A-frame from James Shore. All of these are the same thing, except for the details. But the whole thing that they want to do is say, I want the important business domain logic over here, which has no connection directly to I/O, because that makes that easier to test. And then I've got all the other crap that we have to do with this to get our stuff to work and integrate with other systems. All right, so let's look at some code. Now, this code is probably something you might find in like a Java intro course. So we've got, hey, let's display a little menu. You pick an item, right? So we see there's a scanner there on line 18. That's I/O. And what do? We take the choice, and then we use a switch expression to figure out and map that choice onto a number. We do some calculations, and then we display it. Also I/O. How do you test this? Well, if you're in an intro Java course, you sit there at the terminal, and you type 1, OK, that looks good, 2, that looks good, 3, that looks good. Well, that's not any way to really test stuff, right? We don't like manual stuff. We want automated, repeatable stuff. That's what computers are good at. But this is really hard to test. Oh, we can do it. Let me tell you, we can do it. I've done it. In the previous presentation, Nate mentioned characterization tests. The idea of, what does it do now? I want it to pin it down, right or wrong, it is what it is. How do I pin it down? Well, one way is you hijack the system out and system in. And I've left out that code because it is what it is. And so this is really awkward. Like, I'm basically, what I always think about is this, I'm like trying to turn on a light switch with a 10-foot pole. Oh, you can do it. It is not fun, it is not easy, and it is very prone to error. So when you're testing mixed concerns, anything that mixes concerns, right? The important stuff, the stuff that the business cares about, is this stuff. And maybe a little bit about this, but mostly about this. Especially if now, hey, well, we don't charge sales tax on everything. Let me tell you, if you've ever done and looked into sales tax calculations and how that works, there are companies that are dedicated to just figuring that out. It is not easy, let alone when you go international. Oh, forget it. Let somebody else handle that. And so if I make a change and say, hey, if this is hot food served with utensils, blah, 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 then it gets calculated as with sales tax, and put that decision logic in, that's going to be really hard to test using this mechanism. So what do? we refactor out the calculations. We separate the things. And to me, this is it. This is what you do to code that is hard to test. If you find code that has lots of mixture of these concerns, and it's hard to test without doing lots of mocking, using mocking tools, which I'm on the record as saying I hate them. They have their use, but I hate them because they lead people to do things like not separate concerns. So if you start out separating your concerns, you're great. If not, you can refactor. So we want to refactor out those calculations, those business rules, whatever that is, we call that domain logic. So what do? This is what we do. We split it out into two pieces. On the left, we've got the I/O stuff, dealing with system out and system in. And then on the right, that's the stuff the business cares about and wants to get right. And you, as a developer, want to make sure that it's easy to test. So now the test for the stuff on the left, well, I can still hijack stuff, make sure, but then I only have to write one test. I don't have to comprehensively test this code indirectly. I can test it directly, and now it's trivial. I say compute the receipt for choice number 1. Now, it's still a little awkward. What is 1? Where does that come from? Right? Well, you start somewhere. And so now, and of course, I'm also checking like the string output. Well, there's still a little bit of, it's not quite I/O, but it's a little bit dependent on some kind of formatting, so maybe I have to pull that out. And so one of the things I do in the course is we sit there and slowly, piece by piece, refactor out. Is this calculation logic? Is this domain logic? Is this business logic? Whatever you want to call it. Or is this I/O? And I want to split those apart. And I keep splitting and keep splitting them. And you may end up with a mess, but at least it's a somewhat easier to test mess, right? You may end up with stuff all over the place. The other advantage, though, in addition to testing, is now that code is reusable. Hey, we're switching from command line to a web-based API over HTTP. Cool. All right, I write a controller in good old Spring, and there we go. We take the choice in through the API, and then we basically parse it into that string into an int, call the method that we pulled out, compute the receipt, boom. We didn't have to change our logic. We now have a new way to interact with that same code. Now, it's probably unlikely that you're going to do a lot of that, but let me tell you, having this separation and not putting your domain logic in things like controllers and so on, the first thing I do when I see that, and I see that a lot as a technical coach, is we pull that out so it's easier to test. And it's like, oh, we don't want that is with this API, we now want to use event-driven over Kafka. That's more likely. Well, now what do? If you've separated it out, easy peasy. So we've separated things out, but we need a little bit more about organizing code. I like hexagonal because I love hexagons. Hexagons are the bestigons. But I don't use pure hexagonal. Hexagonal basically says stuff, and I want to say a little more stuff. So let's go through that. So hexagonal architecture comes from Alistair Coburn, who's written on things like use cases and Agile and things like that. You look at the original write-up, it's like a couple of pages. It's also known as ports and adapters, so you may know it as that. I still like hexagonal because I like the shape. So this is what he wrote in the original write-up for hexagonal, and to me, it is really interesting. And so I'm going to highlight a couple of things. So allow an application, right, to be equally driven by users, programs, and automated tests. In other words, the way a user interacts with it and the way your test interacts with that code should be exactly the same. You shouldn't have some if statement somewhere, well, if it's a test, do this. If it's a user, do this. Same exact code used by anything. Right? Users, other systems, and tests. They are all on a level playing field. And then test it in isolation. I can test that domain logic in isolation. And I can also isolate other parts. I can isolate the part that's doing the transformation of this complex message that I got from an external system into the bytes and numbers and dates and other kinds of things that I need to call the actual domain logic. So there's an inside and there's an outside. That's the way hexagonal looks at the world. And again, it's consistent with all of these other separation of concerns architectures. Imperative, right? This is literally imperative core, functional core and imperative shell. Always get those mixed up. Right? There's the inside. The inside is the important stuff from one point of view, which is what the heck is the system for? What is it doing? How is it doing it? Why is it doing it? And then the rest of the world is on the outside. How does it interact? How does it integrate? How does it talk to other systems? And so one of the things I like about the hexagonal versus some of the other diagramming, right? Because if you really squint, they're all just different ways of diagramming, again, the same thing. So I like hexagonal because it has this left to right kind of flow. On the left side is any kinds of inputs. These I call triggers, or sometimes we'll look at some other terms. And then there's outputs. What happens as a result? Right? There's return back to the original. Maybe there's a return, maybe there's not. But there's usually some kind of side effect, like we persist something somewhere or notify something else, right? If I place an order, put something in a shopping cart, pay for it, well, stuff is going to be sent to some warehouse so they know what to ship, accounting, with payments and all that kind of stuff. There's a bunch of stuff that happens. So inputs and requests, outputs and events. So what this looks like is, right, hey, there's some user, because somebody's got to trigger something. It might be a user, it might be a robot, it might be some cron job, who knows, right? They're driving the application, they're pushing it through whatever states it needs to go through, right? Those inputs, requests, cause the application and domain code to do something. As a result of that something, they are driving something else. They're sending outputs, they're sending events. Now, driving and driven is the original terminology that Alistair Coburn used. I don't like it because it's very confusing, because they have a lot of letters in common. So I prefer inbound and outbound. So inbound is stuff that comes in or triggers, and then you've got outbound. So as I mentioned, Alistair in his original write-up, it's very simple. And I want one more thing, which is I want a strong domain. The original hexagonal architecture write-up doesn't, he says inside of this part, I don't care, right? It's inside, I don't care how you organize it. Well, Alistair doesn't care, I care. I care a lot. And this comes from domain-driven design. I want my domain to be really well thought out, use the same terminology that the business folks do, using all sorts of techniques that you get from domain-driven design to have a solid model of our domain, right? And so this domain has no knowledge of I/O, right? It's like this pure Platonic ideal of no connection to the world, but it can do lots of thinking and figuring stuff out. Around that, we wrap a layer, the application layer. This is what often is coordinating things. So it also has no concrete references to I/O, but it at least has the idea that I/O exists. Domain has no idea. It's thinking about things like tickets and concerts and things like that. It has no idea that the world exists. Application layer says, oh, well, there's some things out there like persistence, and I have to notify things like send an email when you purchase something. So there's at least the concept, but there's no like, are you using SMTP? Are you using POP for email? Are you using text messaging? Who the heck knows? I just know you're using something when I say notify. That's the hexagon. And so inside, you've got the domain, which knows nothing about the outside world. It knows how to do its job. Application layer does coordination. And so this is the boundary. This is what we talk to. Well, how do we talk to it? Well, we got to plug something into it. And so these are what hexagonal architecture calls adapters, hence the name, ports and adapters. So a UI can plug in, And it is the interpreter, interactor, right? All these names for, I got some form submission, what do I do with it? How do I parse it? What am I looking for? And then what do I pass it on now that I've built and validated and done all those kinds of transformations? What do I call inside the hexagon? Might be an external message bus, same thing. It has to translate differently, different technology. Right, so a queue of messages, it has to translate it, transform it, validate it, do all that kind of stuff. Now, when we talk about testing, we can ignore, for one point of view of testing, we can ignore those adapters. We say, I want to drive tests to test my hexagon because it's a lot easier and faster, and the closer you are to testing the code, the more concise it is if it fails. You don't get some big failure saying something failed somewhere. You know exactly where it failed. So on the other side, and this is this left to right kind of asymmetry, right? On the left side, we have things that trigger and send stuff in. On the right side is how the application uses things like persistence to store state externally, or send information outwards through notifiers. I might want to send a text message. And so one of the important things here is that the dependencies point inward, right? And they have to, because the domain cannot know I/O, not allowed. No can do. So the dependencies must flow inward. And then we have our system boundary. And this is where we can think of, this is sort of our deployable artifact. And no domain objects can live outside of this. Now, this is a sequence diagram. I'm not going to go through this. You can go look at the slide later. But you can see that what happens is at the top, we have the inputs. And as it flows down, it communicates with different parts, the different ports and adapters and services. And then we get the thing back out. Right? So the dependencies point inwards because we want the domain to be completely isolated from the fact that the outside world exists. But we also want to be able to plug things in for testability. So I'm going to finish with looking at an application I use to manage ensembles or mob programming groups. And that code is actually open source, so you're welcome to go look at it and see how it's organized and how the tests work. So I've got my inbound adapter, and I've got a SendGrid emailer, which I actually have to now replace because they're not charging me. I've got a Zoom scheduler for scheduling those events. So these are the different ports and adapters that I have. And so let's look at the types of tests. So for I/O-free tests, note that I have not used the term unit and integration tests. Those terms are terrible. Every time somebody says unit, I say, what do you mean? What is a unit, right? And you can get into a debate that gets you nowhere. Not important. What's important is that we use I/O or not. To me, that's all that matters. So I/O-free tests against the domain, straightforward, just drives that domain logic directly. Looks something like this. Really easy, and that's kind of the thing. Yes, the domain might be complex, and you might have some more things going on, but you shouldn't see test doubles, mocks, anything like that here. None at all. They don't exist at this level, because there's no need. You just instantiate an object. When you're testing out the application layer, you still don't want to use I/O yet. So you plug in a mock, a test double. And so now you can test at the app layer. Tests are running fast, but now you need to substitute, now you need to mention this idea of, I've got this thing that I want to simulate, but it's not really there. And so this test actually, which one is this? Oh yeah, so if the Zoom is canceled, then it makes sure that the delete got sent out. And then we have other tests that test the adapters directly. Don't have a lot of those, don't need them. Most of the work and things that I need to test are, did it call the right thing at the right time? So other things, you might use different test doubles, like a spy, to figure out, hey, did it send out that message? And it looks like this. there's a lot of code behind this, so I'll refer you to the source code repository. But again, the idea here is, did it get notified? So, it's all trade-offs, right? Software engineering is trade-offs. When we increase testability by separating things out, we lose simplicity. It's not all in one big file. I'm okay with that. I think that's okay. Not everybody likes it, and so you'll get variations on, well, we'll stuff a little bit more into here, or we'll put them into more separate pieces. It's a continuum. So it's all a trade-off. But I think if you use a testable architecture, I don't care which one you pick. I mean, I have my preference, but pick whichever one you want. To me, the important thing is, if you want your code to be easier to test, keep them separated. Thank you.
Cool. Good afternoon, everyone. If you are here for a localhost alive, you're in the right place. If you're not here for that, stay anyways. It is 4 o'clock, and I'll call this the 7th inning stretch. If everyone where you are could just stand up where you are, just if you're able to and willing to. We're not going to do anything like fancy. Cool. So first thing I just want you to do is just arms to your side if you have space. Straight, make a T. Arms go up. Wiggle your fingers. And then back down to your side. And then with me, we're going to take our shoulders, and we're going to inhale, and we're going to bring them up to our ears like this. Inhale. We're going to squeeze, 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 squeeze. And then exhale. One more of those. In. And out. You can sit back down. That was mainly for me, but I just made it a group exercise thing. Okay, my name is Trey Clark. I'm currently a software developer at the University of North Texas, and today we're going to talk about how to take your app from localhost to live. So I'm going to give you a scenario. Imagine that you just built the app. You could fill in the blanks of what that app is. The only issue now is you have to get that from your computer and ideally distribute it globally, right? So how do we do that? There are many different ways to do it, but the easiest thing that we can use at this current moment is the cloud. Now, this talk is going to go over a lot of cloud concepts, specifically geared towards Amazon Web Services. Now, a lot of these cloud sort of ideas can be sort of like cross-use between a lot of cloud providers, but this one's specifically geared towards AWS. So, how do we get from our local host, from our local machine, to the cloud? First, why the cloud? So, it offers us scalability. It offers easy collaboration from person to person. It's also a lot cheaper, right? We utilize a pay-as-you-go model. We don't have to think about purchasing overhead or any sort of additional server racks for our own on-premises data store, but we can utilize someone who's already bought it for us. Now, with this, we want to think about something called the Well-Architect Framework. And what this is this idea of, as we have these conversations about building out a cloud architecture, how do we actually implement to see the most success, right? So our 6, we call these pillars of the Well-Architect Framework, are going to be our operational excellence, security, performance, reliability, sustainability, and cost optimization. We're briefly going to go over these different pillars in depth, and then we're going to talk about how we can use these pillars to drive communication either within ourselves or with a team to find the correct microservices to deploy an app from, again, our local machine to distribute it globally. So our first pillar, again, is going to be operational excellence. What this is really geared towards is automation, right? Automation is pretty much what we as developers try to strive for because that takes away sort of like the human error and also allows for automatic, reliable deployments, right? Proactive problem detection and continuous improvement, right? We have consistent, reliable, repeatable, low-risk deployments. It also helps us with monitoring, right? So we're able to detect faults and find those issues quickly. And then also our processes for deployment, whether that be manually or with like some sort of playbook, is that in place? And are we able to handle any sort of incidents with that? And are we able to recover from those incidents gracefully? Our second pillar is going to be security. So what we see up here is called the shared responsibility model. So what this does is basically tells you, the consumer, what are you responsible for security-wise within a cloud environment? And then what is the cloud provider responsible for? It could all be boiled down to you are responsible for things within the cloud, while the provider is responsible for things outside of the cloud. So some things in the cloud is just you are in charge of the code itself. You are in charge of the platform that you're using, the operating system, making sure that that's patched the way it needs to be, firewall configuration, and even encryption. Things of the cloud, so the things that your AWS is going to be in charge of is the software that's going to be used to help you actually run your things, right? So how is the storage being implemented? How is the network traffic being implemented? And then the hardware itself. I personally don't have the money to put hardware racks in different remote corners of the world. AWS does. But that's their responsibility to make sure it's both secured from like virtual attackers as well as physically. One of the key components of like security is like we like to think about like, oh, we have these firewall, we have these like IP blockers in place. That's fantastic. What about a lock and key or a wall, right? So those are some things that AWS takes care of that we don't have to. Our third pillar is going to be performance. So we're thinking about how our architecture works as a whole. So finding and using multiple solutions for this optimal workload. We have how we're holding and managing data, right? So purpose-built data stores that quickly retrieve secure data. We're thinking about how we're delivering that data over our network, and then how are we going to implement that sort of principle and practice throughout multiple different workloads, multiple different cloud environments, so they're all able to interact with each other. Our next pillar is going to be reliability. So with reliability, we're thinking about sort of our first foundations of making sure our app is up for, ideally we want 100% of the time, but that's not feasible, so we shoot for 99.9999 repeating percent of the time. So we need to plan and execute quota management, which basically says my app needs this amount of resources and it cannot go more than this, right? Because once that happens, then we see some faults that happen in our app, maybe some shutdowns, maybe it doesn't restart so gracefully, things along that line. Workload infrastructure, basically how am I implementing reusable interfaces or microservices across all of my available services that I need to distribute globally. And then how do I change management? That being, how do I accommodate workload changes? Maybe one day I have 10 users, the next day I have 100 users, the next day I have 10,000 users. How am I able to scale properly without having any sort of faults within my application? And then how do I plan for those environment failures, isolate those faults, and then recover and learn from those in the future? Our next pillar is going to be cost optimization, which is exactly what it sounds like. Am I able to use the amount of services that I need with no more or no less resources, right? Most cloud providers offer a pay-as-you-go type infrastructure, and so you only pay for what you need. That's the insurance quote. And then we have usage awareness, which is basically, am I developing policies to define how these resources are going to be managed over time? Ideally, we wouldn't want essentially 6 virtual machines if we're only handling 10 people. On the flip side, we don't want 1 virtual machine serving our app if we're trying to handle millions and millions of requests a day, right? So we're being aware of how our application is being used, what resources it's using, and then making sure that we find a balance between optimizing our costs as well as implementing these sort of pillars within our application. And then our last one is going to be sustainability, which is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. And this is similar to the shared responsibility model. The consumer, or the user, which is us, we are responsible for sustainability within the cloud. So making sure that our data is working efficiently, making sure our code works efficiently, right? It's not drawing too much power. While on the other hand, AWS is in charge of the sustainability of the cloud. And so we're thinking about how are they cooling these machines? What kind of materials are they being used to build out these sort of like server farms, these data lakes, and with minimal waste, and maybe even using non-renewable energy such as solar, wind, et cetera, et cetera. So with those 6 ideas in mind, we can then start having a conversation of how are we going to build out architecture to deploy our app. So it's time to deploy. There are 6 steps that I like to think of when trying to go from ground one all the way up to full deployment in terms of getting something off the ground. So our first step is going to be we have to define our requirements. And there's 3 questions to this. 1, what kind of app? Is this going to be a mobile app, a progressive web app itself, a web server? Because that really depends on, or really drives the question of what is going to be underlying that, right? The second one is what kind of storage do I need? Do I need in-memory data? Do I need something that can be pulled from other places? Is this going to be accessed like frequently, infrequently? And then lastly, what can I predict my traffic is going to be like? Again, am I going to need 10,000 requests a day? Am I going to meet the demand of 1 million requests a day? These are the questions that should be driving your architectural discussions as you're building out your virtual private cloud environment. Step 2 would be plan the architecture. There are 3 subcategories, which I think this is like the most in-depth that we'll get today as we plan. So the first one is compute. What is actually going to power this app that I've worked so hard to build, or your team has worked so hard to build? Second, again, how will the data be stored? How will it be transferred? And how are we going to protect that data? And then the third one is the network. So how do people access my app? Who do I let access my app? Are there any protected views? And then how do I transmit data efficiently? And so we're briefly going to go through each of these 3 points, talk about what they mean, and then I'll offer some services that AWS, well, I'll give you some ideas of services that AWS offers to meet these needs. So the first one is we have the compute. Compute, again, how are we going to run this application? So our first one here on the left, we have our EC2, or Elastic Compute Cloud. What this is just a virtual machine that basically handles all levels of different workloads. It's highly configurable, such as like operating system, what kind of hardware we're actually using, number of CPUs that we need, whether or not we want to use a graphics card or not, which can get a little bit daunting. There's a lot of configurations. So AWS also offers us optimized EC2 instances that we can use sort of out of the box. In most case scenarios, we'll just use the general purpose one, which is just for general purpose use, of course, such as like web apps, really things that aren't compute intensive. And then we can use an actual compute optimized one, which handles things such as gaming services or gaming servers, scientific calculations, or even media transcoding. And then there are other ones such as memory, which processes things like large data sets within memory. We have accelerated ones, which really handle more scientific calculations, large floating point numbers, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a use case and different type of instance for whatever you need for your particular application. Our next service here is we have Elastic Beanstalk. What this is going to do, it's going to help us deploy and auto-scale our app. Whenever you see the word elastic, that means it refers to some sort of scaling, right? Whether that be provisioning resources in terms of like RAM or storage or even replicating data storages. That's what that term means, elastic. So it handles deployments by including resource provision, auto-scaling, like I said, and also is health monitoring. What Elastic Beanstalk does well at is it is a space to deploy your backend services that are written in Java, .NET, Python, PHP, Ruby, Go, and even like some containers like Docker and Kubernetes. You can also optionally, because this is made for like a drag and drop, you can also configure these services as well if that's something that you wish to do. And then lastly, this is sort of like the serverless side of these compute services. Now, when I say serverless, I don't mean that there's no server present at all. We're just using someone else's server and resources. And so our first one here, we have Lambda. You might have heard of Lambda functions. What Lambda is, it allows you to create functions that only trigger when called, that live in the cloud. For example, let's say I have a social media app. Someone uploads a lot of pictures, but the aspect ratios are completely different. Well, what my service needs to do is it needs to take all of those photos and resize those so they fit how they need to be on the front end. Now, I could use my own resources, my own server for that, but that could be really compute intensive. So I use my Lambda function, I use the cloud services, the cloud servers, to run that for me, and then I just get that data back. Then we have AWS Fargate. This one's a little bit more straightforward. This one, it's a compute engine for containers. So if we're using the Elastic Container Service, Kubernetes, or Docker, we can just throw that on Fargate, and then it will deploy it for us since all the resources are there. It's very similar to if you've ever used like Heroku or Netlify or Vercel, where we just can kind of like upload statically from there, and we have all of our resources. So in terms of compute, there are a lot of services, but these are the main 3 services that I like to think about when I'm trying to come up with, again, architectural designs for serving. Our next one we have is storage. The most popular one that we probably know of is the simple storage service, which is S3, or you might have heard S3 buckets. This is an elastic, there's that keyword again, elastic object storage with many configurations, different retrieval points, retrieval time, and access points. There are 3 different types of S3 buckets, well, 3 large sort of like overhead types of S3 buckets. We have general purpose ones, which gives about 1 millisecond retrieval time and it's for frequent access, right? So if I'm doing something like, again, going back to that social media idea, if I'm pulling posts, if I'm pulling threads or conversations, things that like require multiple hits like a second, that's when I would use just the general purpose one. Now, because that one's in use as much, it's going to cost the most, right? So we're going back to that cost optimization pillar. That's going to cost us the most. Now, a little bit less of cost, we actually have it's called the standard infrequent access, or the S3 standard IA bucket, which is infrequent access. We typically think about a little bit between a month and 3 months of access. So a little bit more archival process. This is going to be less cost, but it also still stouts its 1 millisecond retrieval time. And then lastly, we have the glacial. Glacial is really towards archival for long periods of time. So if I have if I'm trying to migrate a data center or something like that, maybe I would store it for long term inside of a glacial bucket. You can retrieve it at variable times. It could be 1 millisecond, a couple minutes, or even all the way up to 48 hours. However, this is designed to be taken out of at least once a year, but not any more frequent than that. This is going to be our lowest cost option out of those three sort of like S3 bucket tiers. Then from there, another solution, we can use the Elastic Block Store. What a block is basically a virtual hard drive. Elastic means that virtual hard drive can provision resources based on the needs that we need within our particular app, as well as we're able to share those resources, share that data between multiple apps. This is raw, unformatted data, so it's up to the developer to make sure that they know how to access and encrypt this data as well. And then lastly, we have the storage gateway. This is a hybrid solution, so it deals with the cloud as well as on-premises hardware to help you with your storage needs. There are 3 different types of gates. The first one being the file gate, which basically stores all of your objects in S3 and makes async updates whenever local files are changed. So if you think of like OneDrive, for example, you change something on your computer and it updates in OneDrive, vice versa, right? Our next gateway is going to be the volume gateway. This one, the volume block gateway. This one is basically like hard drive based as well. So the data lives either in the cloud or locally. And then where it's not, the other place takes a snapshot so we can view that data in real time. And then lastly, not as widely used, but still used in some places, we have the tape gateway. And what this does is it takes large data sets and just puts them in some sort of storage unit in the cloud. Back before the cloud existed, backups typically were on physical tapes, like floppy disks or CDs, right? Those would then get shipped, put in a box, and shipped to some mountain facilities, some far away, in case something happened or something were to happen locally. And so that's what this tape storage gateway would do. And then lastly, in terms of our architectural design, we can think about the network. So your virtual private cloud is basically everything within your cloud environment that you're going to be connected and working with, right? So you can think about how you're going to configure IP subnets. You can think about your routing tables, gateways, peering connections, and even how you're going to monitor traffic to and from your app. From there, we can talk about security groups. This is actually going to control the traffic that is actually allowed to reach and leave your resources that it is associated with, right? Because again, we don't want to open up to everyone, especially at the start, but like small IP subnets, and then maybe open up from there. And then lastly, we have our elastic load balancer, which is exactly how it sounds. It's a load balancer that is elastic, right? So we're taking in traffic and we're allocating that to specific servers based on the needs and resources that we have allocated to us. So now that we've talked about some of the services that build out our architecture, let's talk about the infrastructure itself. So there's a lot of text here. I'm not going to go over all the text again because it's a lot. But one of the key terms that we think about when we think of infrastructure is infrastructure as code, or IAC. What this does is IAC refers really to the automation part of deployment. So it's the ability for us to provision and support your computing infrastructure using code instead of manual processes. Automation is really the key goal when we're thinking about computing across multiple environments. IAC is used for infrastructure automation, of course, to create environments to build, test, and also deploy. We have 2 services that are built in native to AWS to help us with that. We have CloudFormation and the Cloud Development Kit, which also implements CloudFormation inside of it. That helps us really develop those CI/CD pipelines. And then we have user management, which helps us securely manage and access your applications and resources. We want to think about least privilege here when we're thinking about these security groups. For example, I, as a software developer at the University of North Texas, don't necessarily have access to everything that the university has. And that's okay, because if I did and I was irresponsible and someone hacked my account, then they would also have access to all of that information. Right, so I'm thinking about, as I'm building out my infrastructure, who has access to what in the least amount of intrusion as possible. And then as we're going through this, we're thinking about, do we have multiple environments, right? Maybe one for beta, one for testing, and one for actual production. So isolating these deployments using things such as code pipeline, code build, or code deploy, all AWS features, so that we can test these apps before we roll it out to production. So that's step 3, our infrastructure. Step 4, we have deployment, the actual deployment itself. So there are several different types of deployments. 3 I want to talk about really quick are just in place, which is updating existing code. And so that's like if I did a git clone and pushed or something like that, or if I just went into the server and changed some code. That is in place. Then we have the blue-green, which is swapping traffic between multiple environments. Right, so I have an instance over here that's currently running a version, and then I have an instance over here that's currently running a version. I'm going to update this instance over here and then switch the traffic over there while this one's still in the older version. And then lastly, we have Canary, which is just releasing a small amount of users to this new version over time. So going to the same idea, 2 different environments, 2 different versions, but slowly releasing people to the newer version until we get testing underway and we make sure that whatever's in production is actually stable. And so some services we can use, we've already talked about Elastic Beanstalk to help simplify app hosting and scaling with minimal setup or with highly configurable components. We think about Code Deploy, which helps us automate deployments to EC2, create Lambda functions, or even different Elastic containers within AWS. And then we can also have a combination of S3 and CloudFront for static website hosting as well. And then we also can wrap all of that up with CloudWatch, which helps us monitor deployments, performance, and set sort of alerts for cost optimization, any sort of malicious traffic that might come through, et cetera, et cetera. Step 5 is monitor and improve. So we're thinking about once everything is deployed, once we have our architecture in place, how am I going to monitor the system? And so I can have visibility as a developer to make sure that everything is working as needed to be, right? So again, AWS offers CloudWatch, which gives us metrics. This can be sent as a notification to you after the fact something's happening, or it can be used in real time. So you could detect malicious attacks or something of the sort while it's happening. Then AWS offers tracing with AWS X-Ray, which is basically we're tracing requests to our microservices. Because there are many different parts of our architecture, and being able to see those or see what's happening within those microservices is super imperative that our entire infrastructure works as needed to be. And then lastly, we can think about auditing. We have logs with the AWS API Gateway, which is the users themselves making requests or doing things within the gateway itself. So that's making sure the users, not necessarily the people from the internet, but like team members, are doing the things that they need to do to make sure that, 1, the compliance is being covered, 2, that the app is running the way it needs to be without any sort of malicious attacks, and 3, making sure that they're meeting those security and compliance objectives. And then our last step after we implement a security layer is we have to optimize post-deployment. So I'm cleaning up any unused resources, I'm setting up budgets and alerts, I'm using the AWS Budgets and Costs Explorer to catch surprises early. If workloads are stable, then we're thinking about savings plans or any sort of reserve instances for long-term money savings. And then post-deployment, we know, is also about sustainability. Right-size resources and use serverless where possible. So once that's all said and done, you might have an infrastructure that looks like this, right? But we use, again, microservices because I could take any one of these pieces, take them out of the equation, minus the apps themselves, and the entire infrastructure wouldn't fall off. Cool? So with that in mind, hopefully this session gave you a little bit more ammo as you have these conversations to, again, start thinking about taking your applications to the cloud and building out an effective architecture. Again, my name is Trey Clark. If you'd like to connect, here's my LinkedIn. Thank you all for coming to my talk.
That's my fear, is either I'm like screaming or it's like a whisper. Plugin architectures in .NET. Just want to give everyone a warning. It's going to be really fast because it's 25 minutes. You're not going to walk out of here being like, oh, I know everything about plugin architectures, but hopefully at least a couple things. So we'll try my best here. Arrows don't work. That doesn't work either. Nothing works. I can't go to the next slide. One sec. PowerPoint won't go to the next slide, so. Oh, it's awesome. Okay. I'm the guy who can't use PowerPoint. So no, my name's Nick Cosentino. I work at Microsoft. You'll see that in just a moment. The overview of this, though, is that we're going to be going through the pillars of plugin architecture. Again, super, super high level. We're going to talk about some components and structure. This is based on sort of like my opinion from working through plugin architectures. We'll talk about like scanning assemblies and registering types onto dependency containers. And then a couple of definitions here. We'll talk about kernel plugins and feature plugins. Again, you might have different names for these when you're looking this stuff up, but I'm just trying to categorize them a little bit. And then I have a slide towards the end that's just like a bunch of other stuff because there's too much material to go through. But this QR code will take you to a repo. I don't have it up yet, but I'll have a folder that's CYC 2025. I'll drop in everything I possibly can for plugin architecture stuff, so check that out. I will do it by the end of the weekend, so save it. Okay, so I'm Nick Cosentino. That's my wife and I. My two dogs that I have, they're very fluffy. She has a big Alaskan Malamute. It's like 135 pounds. She's not in the picture, but she's enormous. I worked at a company called Magnet Forensics. It was like a small digital forensics startup company. Built a ton of C# stuff there, and now I work at Microsoft as an engineering manager for Microsoft 365, specifically the routing plane. I don't code anymore at work, but I love to code outside of work, so do a lot of that. I make YouTube videos. I do that a whole bunch, so I have like 4 YouTube channels, try to make software engineering content. Live in Seattle, that's what this guy up here is. You can't see my cursor, I guess. But, and then Brand Ghost is something that I build on the side. So for those of you that see me publishing content online, Brand Ghost is a plugin-based product that I have, and it posts all of my social media content to all of the platforms. So it will come up a little bit later in the talk. Okay, so the pillars of plugin architecture, like I said, these are kind of what I like to think about, why I like to build it with plugins. We get modularity and isolation. So when you have a plugin, it's an individual thing that you can think about building a feature, has a specific job. We get extensibility and flexibility. So when you're putting applications together, you can kind of configure them to have a set of plugins, or you can take different set of plugins and go basically use the same application core and get a whole different sort of application from it. Ties into the reusability part, and then testability, I would say you get from those 3 other pieces, specifically modularity and isolation. So when we think about testing, you've probably written code before, you sprinkle in a feature somewhere and you find that you have to go touch probably too many spots in the application. You go to run it, your feature works, but you've broken everything else. With plugins, we can kind of minimize some of that. I'm not saying it solves it, but it helps. Okay, I gave this a similar talk before a year ago. My pictures are pretty terrible. This is now all of those terrible pictures put into one. So in general, I talk about this kind of structure with components within a plugin architecture. So the first top part is called like just the entry point. You can think about any application you're building, whether that's like a console application, an ASP.NET Core application, literally whatever you want, WPF application, that's your entry point where the program launches from. But then beyond that, you're gonna have your business logic. And for this talk, I'm not prescribing like a particular architecture. You like clean architecture, you like layered architecture, you like whatever you like, have your business logic structured however you'd like to do. But beyond that, that's where I think you can start to layer in a plugin architecture on top of that. For me personally, I like just building plugin architectures the whole way through, probably to a fault. It's not really a good reason, it's just my personal preference. I'm gonna talk about the kernel plugins, feature plugins, and SDK pieces here in a little bit more detail, but just to give an intro to what these pieces are. When I talk about kernel plugins, this is going to be something that is providing core functionality to your application. So I wrote down some examples here, like if you have an application that needs logging, what logger are you using? Right, you have to think about what that's going to look like. Usually you'll have throughout your application like an iLogger interface that you'll work with, but what is the logger? Are you using Serolog? Are you using some other logger? What does that look like? So kernel plugins allow us to sort of inject an implementation of sort of core functionality. The difference between what I'm calling a kernel plugin and a feature plugin is that a kernel plugin gives you some core functionality, whereas a feature plugin allows you to extend the application with new functionality. So when I go to talk about Brand Ghost a little bit later, one of the examples that I think is demonstrates it really well. Brand Ghost posts to social media platforms. How many social media platforms are there? More than one, right? So if you were to go build some code that can go post to LinkedIn, cool, okay. Well, what about Facebook? What about Instagram? What about YouTube, TikTok, whatever? You can go build plugins for each one of these different sets of features to extend the application without going, how do I go touch all of the spots in the code base to go support, I don't know, Threads now or Blue Sky, right? So that's like how I consider like a feature plugin extends the application. And then I have SDK on here. You could think about this as like the framework as well. So again, more details will come up, but the SDK is sort of how you communicate with plugins from your core application and how plugins might communicate the other way. The other talk I gave on this, which I won't dive into details here, when you're building a plugin system, you want to think about what information are your plugins allowed to see, right? So if someone else is building a plugin, like if you allow your customers or your users to build their own plugins, how much control do you give them? When they write that code, what can they see? And you have to think about that the other way too. What information do you need out of the plugins? But we use like a thin SDK layer for that, and we'll see that a little bit later. 18 minutes. Okay, Nick, you can do it. So dependency injection is how we bring all of these things together. And what I would just say on that, can I see a show of hands in the room at least? How many people know about dependency injection or are familiar with it? Excellent, okay. I was gonna ask it the other way, and then I was like, crap, it's probably a little awkward if someone's like, I'm the only person, but that's okay. I'm not gonna dive into the details about dependency injection, but I would say that if you're not familiar with it, if you're building plugin systems, I would highly recommend do a little bit of homework on it. There's lots of different tools or resources to go learn about it, but dependency injection is gonna be helpful here. So you can use your favorite dependency injection framework for this. So the iService collection or the iService provider, sort of packaging we get built into .NET. There's for like things we'll see on the second half of this slide, for things like assembly scanning, we have things like Screwdoor, which is a NuGet package you can use. There's AutoFac, which is another dependency injection framework, and then there's lots of others that you can look at as well. So when we go to do dependency injection, what you'll need to consider is that you have plugins, right? These are going to be assemblies, different DLLs that you have. They have your plugin information inside of them. How do we get that stuff from those DLLs into your dependency container so that the rest of your application can use it? So we use something called assembly scanning, and I wrote like a tiny bit of pseudocode here, right? For each DLL that you have, go pull out the types that you want to work with, and then you need to find a way to wire them up to your dependency container. The food for thought thing on the side here is just that when we talk about plugin architectures, you could build an application. Let's think about Visual Studio, right? Show of hands, who's familiar with Visual Studio? Visual Studio Code? Okay, and then normal Visual Studio, the real Visual Studio. Okay, still hands, okay. So when you think about these types of applications, they have plugins, right? They have extensions. There are ways that you can add plugins to an application in the middle of the runtime. A lot of the time, too, you'll see like, oh, you want that plugin? No problem. Just do a little restart of the application, right? It's a lot easier, in my opinion, to allow plugins to load at the start of an application versus at runtime. But there are ways that you can do it at runtime to add and remove plugins. But again, food for thought. We're not going to get into too much detail on that. This slide is hard to read on purpose. Okay, so on the left side, just wanted to make sure nothing's muted or anything. On the left side, that is a literal list of projects that I have in Brand Ghost. You probably can't read it because there's about 1 million of them. But these are almost all plugins except for the test projects that go along with them. So I put this here to show you that, in a second, I'll show you how this gets wired up. And if you're looking at this list, it's probably like, holy crap, that's got to be unmanageable. I think some of you are probably imagining the program.cs file with your service collection and all of the, add service onto the service collection and going, not going to happen. But there's ways that I work around this, especially with assembly scanning. But in this list, I also wanted to show you that it doesn't matter the specific details, but there's a whole bunch of kernel plugins. There's a whole bunch of feature plugins, like I was saying, the social media posting pieces. There's just lots of functionality. But I built this entire application where the entire architecture is plugin-based. The actual entry point is like, well, how many lines of code is it? It's that many lines of code. So when I want to go add another feature, I just add a new project. I just go build out the feature. It's this many lines of code. And if we look at what this code is doing, it's almost nothing right here. So we have a cancellation token. Whoa. We have a logger that's only used for startup so that if something's going wrong, I can see what's going wrong. And then beyond that, the few lines of code you see are masking what's doing all of the assembly scanning and pulling the type information from those assemblies into the dependency container. So you're probably saying, well, Nick, that's cheating because there's actually got to be code that's doing those things. And you're right. I am cheating a little bit. So that's what this slide's for. This is a very, very high level of what some of the pseudocode for scanning dependencies and adding those onto your dependency container. I know there's some folks in the crowd that know a lot about this stuff, and they're probably like, I wouldn't do it that way. And you're right. I wouldn't either. But this is good enough for demonstration purposes. So the pseudocode kind of reads like for each assembly that you're interested that has a plugin, you want to go load that assembly up. You want to go ask for the types that you're interested in. And how you do that might look very different depending on the plugins you're working with. There's going to be situations where you might say, given a particular type, I want to go call something on that type. So you could have something like a static method where you say, hey, plugin, I want to call a register method on you. I will give you my service collection. You go populate this service collection. You're the plugin, I trust you to do the thing. I used a word there, trust. Some of you might go, why would you trust a plugin to do that? It's a good question. It depends on what you're building. Sometimes you may not want to do that at all. The other way that you can do this is instead of giving the plugin the service collection, you say, plugin, tell me what things you have to give me. I will hook this stuff up. I don't trust you, so you tell me what you have to give me. I'll do the rest. The code on the right-hand side of the screen shows, like, in actual C#, very, very basic ways to do this. And so, not many lines of code here. The actual product that I have, when it's actually doing this, has a little bit more filtering going on, but this is the high-level pattern. Okay, so I mentioned two types of plugins that I look at, kernel plugins and feature-based plugins. I have an example to kind of think through. I mentioned loggers earlier. So if you have an iLogger used throughout your entire application, a question that you could ask yourself is like, well, what happens if I want to swap out that implementation later? This is actually, I have it in here because it's kind of funny. This thing doesn't really happen that often in software development, but a lot of people go to this first. They're like, I need the interface because I'm going to swap my database. You're probably not doing that. Same thing with your logger. It's entirely possible that you will, but generally, these kernel plugins are going to be things that you use across the entire application surface area. Loggers, telemetry, caching, authentication, these are going to be common pieces that you just need an implementation added for. I wrote on here that usually you would see this in like non-plugin based code where you would have an extension method. Right? This is a pretty common thing. You'll see like for your service collection, like services.add logging or services.add, open telemetry. So it's automatically, it's not automatically, it's putting it behind an extension method. You are manually wiring up your dependencies. In this pattern, we're actually reversing it. You're not manually wiring up anything. You say, let me go find this stuff and have it wired up. So in this example, can people read that code from where you're sitting? I didn't actually test this out on a large screen, so I have no idea if it's legible, but that's good news. So the bottom part shows like a Serolog plugin. So the example I gave is like there's a register method, and we're trusting the plugin. Hey, plugin, when I call you, register whatever you need to onto this container. And we can see it says like add singleton, add singleton, add singleton. So we get the logger from Serolog added into our service collection. So far, making sense? No, it's excellent, okay. Feature plugins are a little different. I should also mention that you don't necessarily, did I write it on here? Yeah, I said I don't really believe in rules, right? So there's mostly guidance. You can absolutely have feature plugins that have like that static method I was talking about. You can have kernel plugins that work the way I'm about to show you here. I just wanted to show that generally I treat these things in this kind of way. You don't have to. The difference with the one that I'm showing here is that what we're doing instead is not saying, here, plugin, I'm giving you my collection of services, you add on what you need. We're saying, plugin, you implement iFeature in this example. So I'm asking this assembly, give me all of your iFeature. I will do with that what I need to. I will add that to the service collection. And you can see that we're building the service provider. So this kind of pattern looks very similar, right? We end up creating a service collection, we scan for things, we register. How we do that might look different depending on the plugin that you're building. Okay, SDK. I mentioned SDK and sort of like a framework concept a little bit earlier. Code on the right is actually split across 3 different things. I just didn't have a lot of screen real estate, so thanks for bearing with me. The SDK, like I was kind of mentioning earlier, is going to be some shared code. I need water before my mouth falls off. It's going to be shared code that your plugin can see, and it's going to be shared code that your core application can see as well. So this is the way that your application knows how to talk to your plugins. The idea with plugin architectures is that we don't want to have our core application know about every single plugin implementation. If it does, it's not really a plugin architecture. You've just probably built something that's pretty modular, which is also great, but for a plugin architecture, we don't want it to know the details. So it talks through something like an SDK or some sort of framework shared library. And what goes into that is essentially, like mostly interfaces. Could be your data transfer objects, so really lightweight classes. It could be also some simple helper classes and things like that, but things communicate through this SDK layer. So plugins, ideally, do not know about specific implementations of other plugins, and your core application does not know specifically about plugins. And there's one more thing to call out there. Plugins do not know about the core application. Yeah, that's the third part. So they all talk through this SDK. Again, you can break the rules on that if you want. If you're like, I want my plugins to know about other plugins, you can do that. That's cool. I just prefer not to. So on the right-hand side, we can see, I don't have a pointer or anything. The top few lines that say SDK, thin and shared, you can see that we have a namespace and a interface declared there. This is the only shared code in this example. The next part that says the plugin is going to be the actual simple class, which is a pirate greeting. By the way, this is made by ChatGPT. I don't know why it picked pirates, but that's what it went with. I did not tell it to use pirates. And then the bottom part is all the other code that we were already seeing. So with the assembly scanning and stuff, I just kind of had it comment that out. And then all we're doing, this is more like a feature plugin, but we're basically talking through the SDK. You can see in the bottom part, it's asking for the I greeting. The I greeting comes from the SDK. That bottom part has nothing to do specifically with pirate greeting. It doesn't know about that plugin. So we were able to dynamically load it up through assembly scanning and then ask for the interface from the SDK. Okay, testing. I wanted to make sure I could add a little bit on testing into here. So I do like plugins personally for testability because we get modularity and isolation with them. I know that when I build software, at least for myself, I overdo patterns all the time. So that list of like the 10,000 projects, if you were to post that on Twitter, people would be like, this guy doesn't know how to write code, and that's cool. But I just like having things split out across projects. I know I overdo it, but that forces a boundary for me. It forces a boundary that means that if I'm building stuff, if I'm referencing those other projects that I shouldn't be, it's a gap where I'm like, don't do that. Like it tells me I'm doing the wrong thing, or it suggests to me that my code is probably not written in a way that I want. So those projects need to be isolated. They kind of force me to do that. As a result of that, when I go to add a new feature, because it's isolated and because it's modular, what I get out of that, it's not perfect, but a lot of the time it means that you're not going to be breaking the other parts of your application. I just added a new project into here. I didn't have to touch code across the 200 other project files that I have. Those tests should go run and pass, in theory. We'll still go run them. But I can work and focus on just the part that was added. This works mostly for feature plugins. For kernel plugins, it's a little bit messier. And the reason it's messier is because you're not adding an additional feature, you're not extending it, you're literally swapping the implementation out. So let's think about this for one sec. I said if I were to add a new plugin, I don't have to worry about breaking the rest of the application. Cool. If I went to go add Nix Logger, this is the new logging implementation. We have Nix Logger plugin, and when you call .log, it throws an exception. Because I suck at coding, so I'm going to make it throw an exception. That will break your entire application, every single project, every single plugin you have. So kernel plugins can be very disruptive by nature because they are injected implementations. Again, these are not rules, but these are roughly how to think about some of these things coming together. The big challenge when we approach testing this way and we think about just these different plugins like as isolated things, we were talking a little bit earlier about unit testing and testing specific modules of things. For those of you that have worked with unit tests for long enough, if you have an entire application only with unit tests, you can have a lot of stuff still break even with tons of unit tests because you're not testing these pieces coming together. One of the things that really stands out with a plugin architecture is if you have all of these plugins and you're like, I have really good code coverage on all of them. That's great, but what if the application you go to deploy, you forget to copy in all of the DLLs for your plugins? Nothing works, right? You had 100% code coverage on everything, but you didn't test what the final packaging looked like. So in my opinion, it unlocks a lot of powerful things for how you write tests, but it moves our consideration for what we need to test to a different point. So I like to make sure that I'm writing configuration tests, so like what is actually going to show up when things are packaged, or else I might have some fun surprises. And the other thing, and you'll see, I think this is becoming a little bit more popular, I don't know, at least I see more of it on social media, is like architectural tests. And I don't think I have too much time here, but at least one more slide. So there is a NuGet package called Arch Unit Net, and there's probably other ones that do this kind of thing. Honestly, you could probably roll your own if you were up for it. But the idea is that you can think about the rules that you want to impose on what you're building. Okay, so in some of these tests that are written out here, the first one says, plugin depends only on the SDK or like your system libraries. So maybe this isn't a rule you want, but this would be a rule in a test that enforces if you're adding a plugin into your solution, it's not allowed to reference another plugin. That would be violating one of the conditions that we want to have. But maybe your plugins are allowed to reference more than just the system. You could tailor this test to be whatever your conditions are. But we actually want to start thinking about enforcing these rules across our plugins because they are so modular, they are so isolated. The next one says host does not reference plugins. So again, if we have code in our core application that knows specifically about implementations of plugins, probably not what you want. You're probably breaking some rule, and you need to think about how you're going to pull that logic out and separate it into truly a plugin. The last one's just on the SDK, but it's kind of just showing you that you want to think about how these pieces come together and test them at like an architectural level and not just in isolation. And I'll go really quick. So I'm not going to talk about all of this, but if you check out these slides, there's a whole bunch of other topics on plugin things if you're interested. Lots of things to think about. This is an open source package I have. This is how I do all of my assembly scanning. I like using it this way. It's very opinionated, so if you check out the code and you're like, I would never do that, that's cool, don't use it. But at least maybe it will help you think about things a certain way. There's no time for questions, so don't ask me any. And then the last slide is just, this is where I have all of my links for social media. So it's a different QR code than the beginning, but if you want to reach out to me anywhere, something there will link you to me. And that's it.
Yeah!
I did it. Cool. I'm going to unplug.